Good morning. Thank you so much for coming to Bon matin, bon matin, bon matin. You're right, we're at a language conference. Nanaskaman for showing up early, and I want to say Nanaskaman Nanoch Kagisaga. Great to have one more day to be grateful to walk on Mother Earth, right? One of my elders says, every day just wake up and think, I have one more day, I have one more day, and you don't worry about the days after that, you worry about the day that you have in front of you. So putting our energy into the day in front of us, I would love to invite our elder Doreen to come up and get us started. And just as we did yesterday, I'd love for you to put your to-do list in your pocket just for the day. You can worry about everything as soon as we're done today. You can fret and fuss and do all of those things. As soon as we're done today, nobody will take your to-do list away from you. But just for today, let's put our energy into thinking about how we can make our language blow people's minds with what we can do with Michif language. And I'll invite our elder to get us going in a great way today.
Okay. Bon matin, everyone. God, our Creator, we thank you for guiding our leaders and elders to finally get recognized as a Métis nation in our Canada. Today we walk tall with gratitude and great pride in the spirit and footsteps of our ancestors. April 14th, 2016, recognizing the Métis nation as its own culture and identity. Métis people were finally citizens in our Canada. 2017, the signing of an MOU, which led to the Métis Nation of Alberta and Canada Framework Agreement that started formal negotiations to address Métis rights and resolve long-standing grievances. June 27th, 2019, Métis Nation of Alberta, Métis Nation of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario signed the Government of Canada signed a landmark agreement on self-government. 2022, December the 1st, an overwhelming 96.9% of Métis citizens voted yes to ratify the Constitution. 2023, Métis Nation of Alberta signed a new agreement with Canada. The Métis Nation within Alberta self-government recognition and implementation of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. Bless our Métis flag, which symbolizes our ancestry of Aboriginal and European cultures. Bless the infinity symbol that suggests the Métis people will exist forever. Bless our fiddle and our feet so we can continue to share our dance, the Red River Jig, duck dance, the reel of four, and the drops of brandy. Bless our Michif language, one of 20 Indigenous languages to be saved. Bless our anthem and the true story it tells of the Métis people. Bless our hands, head, and heart so we can continue to pass on the art of beading, painting, embroidery, sewing, and moccasin making. Bless our sash. Help us to honor and protect our sash for future generations. Bless our Métis veterans for their service and commitment to our Canada. God, our Creator, as we move forward, help our children and youth find the balance between past and present in tradition and spirit. Be proud of your Métis heritage. Our Métis culture is worth it. Merci and de Tronanan.
Thank you so much for the beautiful start to the day. We had a big day yesterday. We heard from a lot of people. We had an opportunity to hear from you. And I just want to remind everybody about what we talked about yesterday, the things we heard, so that we can bring them with us into today. We started off with Dr. Truer, and he gave us some really interesting things to think about, like it's no one's fault that our language is something that needs revitalization right now, that's not going to help us move forward to think like that, pointing out where it was broken and who did it and how those things happened, that we should not be blaming ourselves and each other for that, that we should be moving into the really hard work. He said, anybody can do this, and it just actually takes the hard work that you have to put in. Where's the elbow grease around language that you're willing to put in? He had beautiful stories about how he ends up in the care of an elder, and the elder's expecting him, and the elder says, get up, you're taking me to a funeral, and we're gonna go do this now, chop that wood and lift that barge and tote that bale, or whatever the saying is. And then we had a comment later from Susan in the audience who said, I remember being around my grandmother and having to go get the groceries, and she could write in syllabics, and then having to figure out what was on the grocery list, and a real emotional connection to understanding working with elder, a real emotional connection from Dr. Truer about those very simple tasks of living with this man and picking up language and teachings and laws through those connections. And so there's lots of ways for us to absorb these teachings, and that we have to invite that into our lives. And so I just want to remind you about that. Dr. Truer said that his work is community service. All of what he does is for the service in community for language. And his dream is that he's replaceable. His dream is that someone will come along and replace him because he's established the language back, he's done the work with his family, and that someone else can come along and do this now. He gave examples of his work in a community. So he used the Milak, I believe is the name, proper pronunciation of that, and how they use some traditional methodologies and they use some modern methodologies. He talked about Rosetta Stone and taking it and using it in a way that isn't having a corporation absorb copyright and ownership over language, but keeping it in our communities. Apps, books, materials. He talked about documenting all the dialects. He talked about not excluding people based on dialect. That's not how we say it here. That's not how, to never do that, to include all of it, that we should be absorbing all of those conversations and stories into the documentation. He talked about the fact that language heals all of us, that the teacher and the student and the community all benefit from us. He taught us also that poverty is not just financial, that loss of language and culture is an indication of poverty, and one that we don't talk about, and one that isn't measured when we talk about economic development and growth. He said, when we're going to be working with teaching language, that we should be kind, that we should be kind when we teach it, and we should be kind when we learn it, especially to ourselves. He left us with a message that said there's resistance around language. There's external resistance and there's internal resistance. And he talked a little bit about lateral oppression. And then we had Elder Tom kind of weigh in on that as well. And he talked about our language being inclusive and our language being exclusive. And there's messages underneath those teachings about the strength and the power of language. I was told that you can leave messages in people's hearts, but it's like walking on rice paper, and you can rip that paper, so that when you talk, you have to know you're leaving footprints in people's hearts. And so the message from Elder Tom about this is supposed to be inclusive. We're supposed to be, mio a Piganawasawan, good child rearing. I was taught mio a Piganawasawan, you should have an image of a goose lifting off the water beautifully and lightly and amazingly, that these birds can lift themselves off of water like that. And if you imagine that's how we raise our children, that's how we teach each other, that's a teaching inside a word. And so language has so much power that we can unpack in many ways. Tasha came along and talked about opportunities that we had. And so there's many opportunities, and we are in the moment of a government with an office on language and a mandate to support what you want being involved in this language conference. And that's really important. What's their role? They're making a path. She offered us some insights, how to become engaged, opportunities that might show up in the future, how you access services, and so you could see from the flowcharts that they've got that the government is embedding this within the practice of governance. And so there's some message from the government in that. We also heard from Dale, and Dale is a storyteller. Where is Dale? I saw it. I love that some of you switch chairs. I've been a teacher in a university for 25 years, and students rarely change chairs, right? It's sort of like that's my territory, and you won't be sitting there. And so some of you have switched it up today, ready to learn something new from a different perspective. And some of you are saying, nope, this was good for me yesterday. I'm going to sit here, and this is going to be where I stay today. So let's see how you're absorbing the information. So thank you, Dale, the storyteller yesterday. And he really, the message that I got from Dale was stories are how we make sense of things. It's how we identify ourselves in our context and how crucial that is. He talked about teaching language and what it reduces: suicide, diabetes, poverty, disconnectedness. What teaching language does in our community to reduce the negativity. He also talked about what it does to increase our capacity, to increase our confidence, to increase our connectedness, to help us flourish. He said probably 3 or 4 examples of several hours of community, what did he call it? Recording of documentation in this community, hundreds of hours here, thousands of hours here, hundreds of hours here. And he talked, but he just mentioned very lightly comprehensive documentation. So Dr. Truer talked about documentation and collecting that so that it's available. And then we've got Dale also talking about how important that is and how to do it. So I think there's a strong message for you in language comprehension, retention, and training about how we capture those stories. If all our stories are negative, we feed our negative experiences, and kids have to start seeing, hearing, and breathing our stories so that they can find themselves in our storytelling and in turn tell us about their story that they create themselves. When he was asked the question of how do you work with youth, he didn't say you start with simple words in Cree or Métis or Michif or in any of the Indigenous languages that he's worked with. He said, be kind, create a space that makes them feel safe and that they know they can contribute to. So how you teach it and who teaches it influences the absorption of that material. And if we aren't making space for people to bring their stories in there, they aren't going to feel safe enough to tell their stories. He really left me with a feeling about power, autonomy, confidence, and agency. Language brings power, autonomy, confidence, and agency. That's reason alone to do this work. Dan also spoke with us yesterday, and he talked about the structure of language. He wanted to know he wanted us to absorb why we do this. He talked really strongly about, I remember you, and I know our family connections. And so those linkages in our genealogy and our kinship. And he gave a very strong start to his talk and said, you know, there is no Michif language without an Indigenous family language root. And so knowing and understanding where our language comes and how they were developed. He talked about invisible pieces of Wahkotuan embedded within our language and said that we need to get our resources together. He said we need to find the nuance, understand complexities within the language. He made a distinction between the word mishpun and kuna and sort of where that flows and, you know, what snow falling and snow on the ground. And so showing us there's levels of language comprehension. He said, go to your phonetics. This is an oral language. You should start to learn how it sounds from the teacher that's teaching you. And so that we are maintaining that oral teaching. He also shared a very interesting teaching when he said he was asked to dance, and he said he couldn't dance because he had lost a family member, and so there was a time frame in which he couldn't dance. If we had language and we were retaining those teachings, those laws about when you engage and when you disengage and what your role is are embedded in our languages, and that we would be better able to maintain them if we knew them. Okay, we also heard from MNBC, MNO, and La Femme Michif Otipimswak yesterday, and in groups of people. And in those presentations, there were great examples of the work that's actually happening. We saw and heard examples of, from videos, how to learn the language, videos, in-person training, teaching how to form partnerships, and the partnerships are really important. MNBC talked about elders that they've been working with across the nation. There was a message from MNO that I would love for you. If you don't remember anything else and you want to write this down, is not one person's job. No one person, no one government can do this work. It belongs to us, and it starts in our families. They talked about camps. They talked about translation and how translation, Dan mentioned this also, translation isn't word for word, right? It's concept to concept. Jeanette Armstrong, an Indigenous woman from British Columbia, was lecturing at one point, and someone asked her, you know, how many books do you think you have left in you for the poetry that you write? And she said, I have so many books. But, and then she started speaking in her language, and she spoke for a long time, and then she said, how do I tell you what that means? The translation in English is so cheap. It's so pedestrian. It's so simple. And what I just told you in my language is so beautiful and so deeply connected to who we are and how we're connected to nature. And until I can find an English translation for that, I can't write all my poetry. That was pretty profound for me to hear that. I was working at the BAM Center also, and I was interviewing people about their use of the library in a design project we were working on, and there was a translator there, and he translates books from French to English. And I was talking about, well, this word and that word, and he said, oh, I don't translate from English to French, I translate French to English. There's another person that translates from English to French. It's a much different process, and so we have specializations in that. And so the act of translating what it means to do that actual work, I think, is really important. They talked about games and music also, and how we can incorporate that and how we can make those simple practices in our families. And I think that that is really important work. We actually ended the day with some youth, and it was wonderful. It was wonderful to have them here. It was wonderful for me to listen to the stillness in the audience as you absorbed the stories from these young people. You wanted to hear from them. They were able and willing to tell us, this is how I want to learn. These are who my teachers have been. I have to be honest, it was my grandpa. I have to be honest, I took the initiative. Two young women, two young Métis women on stage that were willing to say, I get to thank myself for this. How often do we hear young Indigenous women really with the confidence to say, it's not around me, so I had to take that initiative myself. And yeah, it was a moment. I want my little brothers to have access to this. I felt a lump just coming up into my throat about they're looking after the young people underneath them and their youth themselves. And so just that whole connectedness and their enthusiasm about learning this language and picking it up and talking about how they're connected through it. They were so great to have to wrap us together at the end of the day yesterday. And so I want to shout a big thank you out to all of you for that. And for your participation, thank you. Let's stick with it and keep that attention today. I know it's long days sitting, but you're doing a really great job. And we aren't going to have President McCallum this morning. Again, they're busy in meetings, and the time right now is 8:52. And so we have some time right now, and I'm just going to switch hats. Hello, hello. I actually wanted to be Oprah Winfrey in my other life, so here I am. There's no car under your chair. You came alive yesterday when people said, are there any questions? Does anybody want to talk about language? And so we have some time, and I'd like to see if anybody has any lingering thoughts from yesterday, anything that woke something up in you that you were like, oh man, I remember, this is how I learned that. Or, you know what we used to do at my grandma's place? We used to do this. Or the best experience I've ever had learning or teaching language was this. I know somebody's got a story. Where are you? I'm a teacher at heart, and I just moved to the Socratic method, so there we go. No volunteers, I'll find a volunteer.
Say good morning. I just wanted to say that I haven't gone back to school since high school, and I recently took a course by a young woman called Martine, and she was so encouraging. The class of 12 students all scored over 96% on the final exam. The point I'd like to reiterate is her style of teaching was so heartfelt and personal. The encouragement she gave her students by repetition and affirmation that you're doing great, you got this, I know you can do it, was so powerful. Everybody believed the exam. By the end of the class was a formality, which I felt it was. I've only experienced getting that high of a mark once, and it was in grade 4 from a teacher that I loved. So I think the teaching style of all teachers is such a major force to the students. I encourage us all to pass on what I have just learned. Thank you.
So true. Thank you for sharing. Thank you very much for that. So there's a study in the United States of a number of African American men from a community in California, and they were doing really well, really affluent businessmen, and hadn't fallen into any of the statistics of the typical profile that Americans give for African American men. So they started researching, what happened? How come you guys are doing so well? How come you're not living in poverty? None of you have been in jail. What's going on? And so they're like, well, I don't know. And so they went to the school that these guys went to, same school, same curriculum, interviewed the teachers. We didn't do anything different. Like, here's the curriculum. They're using the same one down the road. We don't know what you're talking about. Then they interviewed the teachers individually again. Then they interviewed the men. Then they started noticing the men were starting to all talk about this one teacher. And so they went and interviewed her and said, what did you do differently? Every single one of these men actually wanted to hear your story and wanted to talk about you. And she said, I didn't do anything differently. And they said, well, what about Johnny? And she said, oh, Johnny, I loved him. He used to be like this, and he did this, and he did that. What about Joe? Joe was so great. You know what Joe could do? She remembered all of them, and she talked about how much she loved every one of them. And so there was one teacher in that school that showed love to those men, and they believed in themselves because of that experience when they were children. And so I just want to say that goes back to your comment about doing something through love and inclusion. And so Elder Tom?
Thank you. Wah, miugisa kaunos. Tunego is naskumun. Minapia gota. Iuchiota go. Kip muhtiuni. Tuno magakiogi gota. Ktihi wako tipita egumota. Iukiskita mikuba. Mitchifka sika tiguma piksku. Kia no kayas. Ktu timna wagamane. Exigis muhtitik. There's no translation for that, so I'll just say that I'm very, very honored to be in your presence once again. The Creator had given us one more day to be able to walk upon sacred Mother Earth, to learn about ourselves, who we are, what we're doing here, and how we can walk in balance and harmony today. When we talk about language, it is more than a spoken word. The process that we're learning now is a way to communicate through a voice. But the greatest communication I see here is people hugging each other. That's the heart. That's our languages are that heart. And that's why I talked about inclusion yesterday, of how we greet each other. You know, usually when people know each other, they haven't seen each other for a long time. You know, and they'll hug each other. Give me on. That's the first and most important thing, is your health. According to this one guy, his name is Herophilus. He lived in 333 BC. He was the first doctor to ever cut up cadavers. It was against the law in those days. So he had to move out of his community and go to Alexandria. It was against the law there, but they allowed him to do it. So today, he is known as the father of modern anatomy. He said, without health, you cannot realize wisdom. Without health, strength cannot fight. Without health, wealth is useless. And without health, intelligence cannot be applied. So we live in a stressful environment, and we live in fear. We're afraid to make a mistake because it's going to add to what we already carry. Our people, there's a word that refers to our people. In English, it's called outliers. Means every one of you is a liar when you get out there. No, I'm just joking. It means you're above and beyond those things that you do and the love that you share with everybody, above and beyond. That's our inclusion. And the example that I use when you're not healthy is if you have a toothache, nothing else matters, right? Because it's pounding in your head. Well, you're going to have a full of money. It doesn't matter. You're not inventing anything with a toothache, because that takes everything. Takes all your attention to try to get rid of that. And that's kind of like what we're doing here. Wanting to learn our language. The first thing about our language is that love. Sagihituin. When you meet somebody, you want to hug them. You feel so good. There's so much that our people did that we don't know about. The old people a long time ago. In my community, the old people used to go in a bush and do a sweat lodge. We didn't know about it. They wouldn't tell us, otherwise we'd be telling us kids, we tell stuff, and then they'd get into trouble. They could get charged. It was not until later on in years that this old man told me that they used to do that a long time ago. And there's ceremonies that we have been given. We call them ceremonies. The Creator had given us these processes to put ourselves back into balance and to create that relationship, a very, very strong relationship, because it's inclusive. It not only includes us as human beings, but those ones that have gone on ahead of us, the spirits, the Creator, le bon Dieu, they're all a part of us there when we do those things. My great-grandfather used to do what they call a shaking tent ceremony. In the Bible, Moses talked to a burning bush, and that bush talked back to him. That shaking tent ceremony is like that, because a fire comes out in the top and voices come from inside that tent to assist us. Give us information. It's still all there. And I do ceremonies. One just south of here in Bragg Creek, I do what we call a sun dance. That's what the English people call it, sundance. We call it Pagui Simuin, which translates to thirst dance. People dance without food and water. They give of themselves so that other people may live. We come together, people visit, and they tell stories, and there's laughter all over. You can hear it all over. And the lodge itself, when we go in, people start to tear up because of that feeling that they have. Little kids, when they start going like this, and from a distance you can see that lodge going like this to the drum beat. That's what we call all my relations. The trees that are there, the medicines that are there, the drums, the whistles, all of those. And if you want to look at it from a quantum physics perspective, that center pole of that tree is a spiral. And you are a spiral because you have your DNA, right? And you put all that together and you create a large magnetic electrical energy. We call it spiritual. And you connect and you can see things. You can feel things that you probably would not otherwise if you didn't have that opportunity. And I've heard people say, or Métis people say, well, that's not our way, that's natives. Well, you as a Métis are part native, right? So leave that part of yourself that's not native outside and just take the native in. There's opportunity there to create relationships, to talk about, oh yeah, you know, we're related way back here somewhere. You know, my mother's mother and your dad's dad, they were kin. So that's why we start to build our community. That's an opportunity. And I invite all of you to take that opportunity to learn about yourself. Step on that faith. I'll share one more story from the Bible. It's called the Tower of Babel. Anybody here know about the Bible? Other than it's a little black book. You know the stories from there? Beautiful stories. Incredible stories. These people wanted to build a tower to God, and they built it really high. Then one day they came near the communication breakdown. They couldn't understand each other, so they didn't build that anymore. Well, the native side of that, we have what we call a medicine wheel. And it's a circle with a cross in it. But it's not connected anymore. The emotional is separate from the physical. The physical is separate from the mental. The mental is separate from the spiritual. So it's a broken medicine wheel. That's like the Tower of Babel. There's a communication breakdown inside of ourselves. We're trying to put that medicine wheel together through the language that we're doing here, the Michif language. Isn't that amazing? How they're all connected. There's different ways the same story is being told. And we have to be able to do that. When he talked about Southern Michif, Northern Michif, French Michif, they're all the same thing. You're the same person. Our ancestors went through the same thing. We just have a different way of enunciating it. That's all it is. The feeling is here. It's in the heart. Every morning, give thanks. Every night, give thanks. We're following our ancestors or our relatives called the birds, because that's what they do, right? Early in the morning, they sing. Till the sun comes up, then they're gone and doing their work. And at night, when it's going down too, they sing. And we have to do the same thing. We have to sing the beauty of who we are to the Creator, le bon Dieu, or however you want to call him. So thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. That's what happens when you go and have a visit. You start to learn the stories, and the invitation to bring language back into our community starts to bring stories like that up, so that we could imagine sitting in his living room and listening to those stories and going, okay, and then what? And you don't want it to end, and your blood memory starts to wake up, right? Yeah, Susan, and then I want to see if one of the youth would be willing to say something.
Since Elder Tom mentioned about singing, I'm going to sing you a song and wake everybody up. O que sigo esquel, hey, sawe minan, way oh hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh. Way oh hey oh hey oh hey hey oh. sing that song today to bring our grandmothers in with us to share this day today, and also to honor my mother who's in heaven. It's her birthday today. I'm just going to say a prayer as well. Mamu tawi mau kisi mantu kenaskum tinanus kagi sigak sa wiminan kanawim nanuma kakyo ay sino ka mamo piakota I big squeak tama uma michif kasi kati kenaskum tin mamu tawi mau kai kawan giskiak hawasak igwa kakyo ay sino ka kawiti tasuyak kiano ay sino kutaka pituhtiak kaya mina kawan gisksia kuga nuhkumak mushumak igwa kakyo ay sinwakas kagi nitaskit kinaskumtin hi.
Okay, I want you to feel the feels right now. I want you to sit in your chair and I want you to feel the feels of what it's like to have teachings and music like that. You're richer than you think. This is what wealth feels like. This is what abundance feels like. Now, do I have any youth that want to offer a little something, we're making a soup here together, making some bangs. And I want to know if there's any youth that want to sprinkle something in here. Coming to? Do you want to? Okay, fine. I didn't comment on his shoes yesterday, so I'm going to today. I'm not sure if you saw them, but they're so sparkly and spanky, so here we go. And he has them on again today, so you can look.
I do, yes. So come take a visit to see my shoes. Yeah, I'm just honored to be here and be involved with this discussion. Last week we did another Métis gathering. We brought Saint Laurent, Lebret, and Saint Albert together to discuss our expressions of Métis spirituality and religion, and it was just a really fulfilling experience, and really realizing, much like this, there's not really one set way, not one right way in that case when it comes to language. In this, or in last week, we were talking about whether you go through or express religion or spirituality, or of course you have a bit of both in that regard. And through that, yeah, as I was saying, we just realized there's not necessarily one set way. It can really depend on community, it can depend on family, and it can depend on even your personal experience in that case. So with this conference and with this discussion, I just really hope that we're able to have those same values of inclusivity, bringing people together, and that we're not having to necessarily pick and choose in that case who to learn from. If people are there offering you the time and offering their knowledge on language, the way I was raised simply is I have to honor that in that case, and that's how I'm going to continue doing my work when it comes to language in that regard. So I just really appreciative here, and I mean, as a younger person, that's how you get us youth involved, is stop making us having to pick and choose this way or that way, and that if the language is there, just let us learn in that case. So just once again, Marcy, appreciate everyone who organized this together. I see only good things to come. Marcy.
Beautiful, beautiful. Just let us do the learning. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to put you together now. We're going to go back to your table talks now that I think we've got the wheels kind of greased and primed, and you're ready to work together again. We need note takers, and we're in table talk number 3. So if there's only a couple of you at a table, feel free to join another table. If there's only 3 of you, maybe feel free to join another table. And we'll get going this morning. So we've got lots of time to do this today, okay? Our table talk is the visiting time. And so if you want to mix it up and go join a different table, feel free to do that also. question number one. I think everybody's got a note taker assigned. Can you put your hand up if there's a note taker at your table? There's one here. A note taker I need at this table. And far back corner, you guys have a note taker. You guys have a note taker. Everybody has a note taker. Okay, perfect. And your first question, you're going to get a lot of time to talk today again. What do you see as the key priorities for learning, using, and valuing Métis languages? The key priorities. Singing, the teachings from the birds, allowing people to learn without having to pick and choose. You've already heard over the last day and even this morning some ideas around that. So jump into a conversation, get yourself a hot drink. Let's really get into this morning, visiting with each other. What do you see as the key priorities for learning, using, and valuing Métis languages? Okay, I don't want to lose momentum, so I'm going to come to a couple tables and say, I'd like to know what you're coming up with. What do you see as key priorities for learning, using, and valuing Métis languages?
Bon matin, Tanchikiwa. We've taken a few notes so far, and the first one is we've said to create access to the language through resources and intermediate and hopefully advanced speakers. We would like to focus on documentation and documentation on a lot of very broad topics. So we talked a little bit about women's topics, things like that. And then we also got into some conversation around how learners should be encouraged to do the documentation process. And then we talked, because Dale's at our table, about that master apprentice style learning and focusing on that. Marcy.
Merci. Okay, how about this table? Oh, yeah.
All right, bon matin. One of the biggest things we were talking about is commitment and consistency. So when you learn the language, being committed to it and sticking with it. Yeah, I think that sums it up.
That's a good one. Okay, so you're getting some ideas of what people are saying at other tables. Let's go to this table and get another idea.
We would like to see Michif brought into like daycares, preschools, bring to the formal school system, and have that guided by elders. We need elders to show us the way to properly bring Michif to schools that honors and respects our language and culture.
Imagine having a daycare beside the senior center, right? Inside, never mind B-side, inside. Okay, so we're starting to see some of the glue that holds the bricks together, right? If you feel like you've got enough information for question number 1, let's move on to question number 2. How will we know if Métis language revitalization is successful? So I kind of gave you yesterday a little exercise to imagine a newspaper heading that you read, that you might find some indicators. And now I want you to think about, how would it be successful? Who might you meet on the street? Who might you talk to in your family that you would go, holy smokes, we are actually doing this? Come up with some ideas of, we know it works because, and don't forget what we learned yesterday. Diabetes goes down, suicide goes down, connection goes up, families get stronger supports for each other, okay? We learned some of the indicators, so I want you to think about those as you answer question number 2. Okay, let's get some ideas about what people are thinking. Give us one of your thoughts at this table for how will you know if Métis language revitalization is successful?
I guess I'll speak because I'm the note taker, but not because I'm Métis. But it's relevant to my language too. So some great thoughts at our table. We will know that language revitalization is successful when we hear our children and adults adopt and speak it and interact with each other. When schools and communities are incorporating the language into their curriculum, their signage, their translating. When translation services are available in our languages and more mainstream. So the example was given of, family members having to translate for their father or their mother or their kokum in order to go to the doctor, or, that should be just available. Normal, court, yeah. When you're in a place, you know that language revitalization is successful when you're in a place that you would least expect, like Walmart or at the movie theater, and you hear the language being spoken and you understand it. And when it's not rare anymore, when it's just natural and comfortable.
Okay, so the examples that you're hearing about how you will know if it's successful is I'm going to hear it, I'm going to see it, and I'm going to be surprised by where I hear it and see it. How about this table? How will you know if it's successful?
The way we answer questions here is they start telling stories, and then I kind of take some ideas from that, and it's the same as the other table, hearing, seeing, being more confident, but never giving up, creating spaces exclusively for language learning like the camps, more immersion schools, and the feeling of being safe in the language, just the feeling, the emotion you get from hearing, seeing, and witnessing the language, an ability to think in the language and not having to resort to English, like that sense of pride, to know that you're in the language and then it's kind of hard to change to English. So it's a feeling overall.
Okay, seeing, hearing, feeling. It is actually our mother tongue again, right? We put her back in her right place now that we've invited our female ancestors into the room. I read something a long time ago about Christopher Columbus working with the Queen of Spain and trying to figure out the work that they had when they came over to the New World. And they decided that the thing you must rip from them is their mother tongue, because you take everything from them when you rip their mother tongue away. And so that just tells you the importance of language when you restore the mother tongue. Okay, third question, if you haven't moved on already. Third question, what does a healthy, vibrant future for Métis languages look like for you, your family, and your community? So it sounds a lot like the second question, but I want to hear about how it's in your life, in your family, in your community.
thing.
Okay, question number 3. What does a healthy, vibrant future for Métis language look like for you, your family, or your community? Some answers from this table.
No, it's all you.
Bon matin. One of the things, the first thing on our list is your dog being trained in Michif and practicing with your dog. We also have people trying to learn and more feeling more comfortable and confident in their ability and having a safe space for people to try and to learn. Speaking Michif, most of us at this table work for MMBC, so speaking Michif at work and take championing that as people who serve the nation, making sure we were putting the time into learning the language and speaking with each other. Okay, being able, oh yeah, we spoke a little bit about parents and grandparents to talk about, getting parents and grandparents to talk a bit more openly about the loss of language and what language reclamation looks like for them and supporting in those conversations. having more opportunities for learners to be exposed to the language and to fluent speakers in person. And even just like we were talking about what just learning through listening, and that your contribution can be, as a learner, just sitting and listening to the words and not having to contribute through language if you don't have it, but just listening and absorbing it.
Because you're exposed to it all the time. Very lovely. So in Alberta, Muscatchees got together. I work at the Leadership Center, at the BAM Center on Leadership for Indigenous Government. And Muscatchees, 4 bands got together and they thought, we're going to review our entire curriculum for our school and everything's going to be in Cree. And they got an elders panel together to tell them exactly how to do that and to advise them every step of the way. And so they had their meetings and the elders said, everything should be in Cree, in Nihewan. And they said, okay. And they said, we can use standard Roman orthography, but really we should be using syllabics. And if you use syllabics to teach Cree language, you pick up on all the nuance. There's silent H's and there's a breath in between some of the letters that can't be picked up with the English alphabet. So they said, yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. So I went to the elders said, that's a good idea. Then they hired some really hot superintendent person that had just retired in British Columbia that had worked for the Ministry of Education. So they got all the right people, retired teachers, Indigenous teachers that knew the culture and the community. And the elders said, so everybody has to know how to speak Cree. And they said, yeah, that's our goal. And they said, no, you don't get to bring the kids in the room and tell them that they have to speak Cree when the lady that greets them at the desk doesn't know how. And they said, okay. And then they went to the school board and they said, if you're the governing body of the school board, you better know how to speak this language. So they said, that's a great idea. We'll put a 10-year plan forward that we slowly have to do an integration, much like the federal government. When you work for the federal government, you need this French accomplishment, and they went back to the elders, and the elders said, no, you need to know how to speak Cree before you tell everybody around you they have to speak Cree. And if you're the governing body, you need to know how to speak Cree before you can tell your staff they have to speak Cree. And so this superintendent kept going back to his new staff going, this is what the elder said. And the new staff would say, tell them they just don't know what they asked for. Clearly they don't understand. This is really hard work and it takes a decade to do this. And so this guy would go back to the elders and say, so we want to do this and we think it's a good idea. And the elders would say, that's good. You come back when all that's done and we'll tell you what the next step is. And so Muscatchees had to do immersion, had to absolutely up their game to make sure everybody had some level of functioning in Cree before they had any right to demand it of children. Think about that. We're talking about everybody. We're talking about systemic change. They are accomplishing in 3 years what a typical education program would take up to 20 years to implement in a school system. So time suddenly goes out the window when this becomes a priority. So I like some of the answers that come from here, and I just wanted to engage you with other communities that are doing this work as well. Okay, another table. What does a healthy, vibrant future for Métis languages look like for you, your family, your community?
Well, we have a few examples, but for us, it's that idea of being a confident speaker in multiple settings. So whether you're at a meeting or you're in your home. We also thought that, within the family, of course, the use is in the home, but it's also in the home, like within our print materials. You see it on television or internet. And within the community, it was a really neat comment made at our table here. It wasn't mine, but someone said, it's everywhere and it doesn't require reminders. And that, I think, is powerful.
When we get to take for granted that you can break into Michif no matter where you are, we're there. Okay, I love it. Okay, just before we go to a break, I'm going to ask you if we can get a Michif word from every table. So everybody get their notepads out and come up with one Michif word and write it on a notepad and leave it in the middle of your table. As soon as you have a word, feel free to get up and go and have a nice break. I'd like you to be back here at 10:20. It's 10 a.m. Enjoy a bit of a break after you give us your word. bliss. So I invite you to put your eagle ears on or your robin ears. Do you ever watch it? Robin listening, they listen, they can hear the worm right under the grass underneath them, and they listen and listen till they can pick it right out of the ground. I'd like you to put your robin ears on as these two women come and share some of their teachings with us, and I'd like you to welcome them to the stage.
Tanse Kiawa and Tanse Du Tamak, as I learned yesterday, which I'm grateful to learn. My name is Marian Hodgson. Oops. Yeah, my name is Marian Hodgson. I'm Métis and New Icelander, with my family being from the Interlakes of Manitoba. I grew up in Grand Prairie, Alberta, and have been continuing to grow up in Mohkinstsis here in Calgary. I'm a member of Métis Nation of Alberta. I didn't grow up speaking Michif, but have been learning along the way, along with Cree and various other languages. I was able and honored to take a course taught by Sky Blue Morin, who is here, oh, right there, and continue trying to learn from language holders and elders, as well as supporting this work. So we just, oh yeah, I brought some photos of where I'm from. First photo is Lake Winnipeg. There's my Nimama. And the second photo is from the prairies up in northern Alberta, just by Sexsmith, which is very close to Grand Prairie. And the third photo is Boom Lake in the Rocky Mountains, which I'm always thrilled to go and visit and learn from too. And here's Heather.
Thanks, Marian. Tanche Oki Nitaniko Otskapinaki. So Otskapinaki is my Blackfoot name, and it seems quite appropriate to greet you all in Blackfoot when we're here in Treaty 7 territory, the homeland of the Blackfoot people. I'm a non-Indigenous linguist, and so my relationship to Indigenous language revitalization, the reason why I'm here today is because of the decades I've spent working with Blackfoot-speaking people on Indigenous language revitalization and documentation projects. That's really where I got my roots. I was born here in Mohkinstsis, Calgary. I went to the University of Calgary, and that's where I met Ikinomotstan Maureen Breaker, who you see on the slide here. She's a Blackfoot-speaking elder from Siksika, and she's one of many who I've had the privilege of working beside for the past few years, few decades, I should say, really. So through that work, in 2007, I moved to BC. Ironically, left Treaty 7 so that I could keep working with Blackfoot people. I had to continue my education, and so I went to the University of British Columbia to do my PhD. I met more Blackfoot people, and I also sort of expanded my circles. So beyond just working with Blackfoot people, I had the great privilege of working with Indigenous communities, Indigenous people, Indigenous organizations throughout BC as well. So I'm still there today in BC in the unceded and traditional territories of the Hunkaminam-speaking peoples. So that picture that you see in the middle is right down the street from where I live today. And as I continue this work, as I stand here, as I think about what I can do, little me, to support language revitalization, it's for me all about these relationships. It's my relationships with Ikinomotstan on this, that you see on the slide. It's my relationships with many of you. It's my relationships with those people that I've met in BC. And in fact, it's my relationships with my daughters too. So you see them on the slide too. Like me, they're non-Indigenous, but they continue to push me to try to be better. And so as I think about those relationships, I can think about doing this work in the best way that I know how. So Marian and I are here today to talk to you about language policy and planning. We're both trained as linguists, so that means we've thought a lot about syntax, we've thought a lot about grammar, sound structures, we've thought about syllabics, we've thought about phonetics, we think about morphemes. This is kind of the bread and butter of our discipline. But there's of course a lot more to it than that, right? Language is not just grammar, language doesn't just exist in a bubble. And so we've had the opportunity to be involved in this work of language policy and planning, to put our linguistics training to use, thinking about the bigger picture of language. So we've been working with the Métis National Council for some time. We've had the privilege of working with the Métis Nation of BC. And beyond just Métis groups, we've been working with places like the First Peoples Cultural Council, the Assembly of First Nations, other groups across Canada who are doing Indigenous language policy and planning. So this is part of a bigger momentum that's happening right now, right? A lot of this work is happening in Canada. And we heard from Tasha yesterday some stuff about the Indigenous Languages Act that was passed in 2019 by the Government of Canada. We heard about the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, so this global level initiative to support language revitalization. And this has kind of paved the way for the kind of work that Marion and I and many others are doing, where governments and communities across Canada are engaging in language policy and planning to determine what the future looks like for their languages. This doesn't mean that language revitalization wasn't happening beforehand, right? We all know this. So nobody needs permission from the Government of Canada or from the United Nations to revitalize their languages. That work is happening right here. It's happening on the ground. It's happening in community. It's happening in homes. But I think what Bill C-91 and the International Decade is doing, amongst other initiatives, is really sort of giving this space through more funding, through more long-term sustainable support and funding. So communities now don't just have to operate sort of piecemeal project to project, wondering what's going to come next, but they can engage in this long-term planning process, thinking ahead for the future. And that's the kind of work that Marion and I have been involved with. The other point I want to make before I move on to the next slide is that, we're thinking at this big level, at governments, the Government of Canada doing this planning, the United Nations doing this planning. But of course, planning isn't something that's just for those high up levels. But as families and as individuals, we can also engage in planning. And so we're going to talk today about family language planning. And really, that's for Marion and I think that's where our hearts are, right? So for me, I won't speak for Marion, but for me, I come to this work because I was invited into people's homes, invited to be part of their families and participate in language work. And so we can think at the government level, but we can also think at the level of the family. And that's where we're going to focus today. So let's get us all on the same page by what we mean by language policy and planning, and then we can get into some of the nitty-gritties. And so I have this diagram here on this slide with language policy in the center of a triangle. And so there's these 3 points of the triangle we can think of as sort of encompassing language policy. At the top, we have language practices. So this is, our everyday use of the language, our choice of language varieties, how we're using the language in our lives. On the bottom right, we have the language ideologies. So our beliefs about the language, what motivates us to keep going with the language. And then we have language management. So under here we have interventions, which always to me sounds like such a clinical term, but really it's about those choices we're making. When we're doing language revitalization work, it's about intervening so that we can get our language practices and language ideologies to a space where we want them to be. And this is the space where planning exists as well, where we can look ahead and make these plans for the future of our language. So when we have all of that in mind, language policy and planning then is really just the lens we can use for thinking about language and its role in our lives. Marion and I are grammar nerds, we're linguists. It's easy to get stuck thinking that language is just this thing. But of course, language is so much more, right? We all know that. That's why we're all here today. So language is situated within this much broader social, political, economic system. And as Marion and I were talking about this last night, she reminded me that a big theme that's come up at this conference is really relevant. Exactly here. So really, we're situating language within Wetoquwan, right? Within these broader connections, connecting language to our kin, connecting it to our relationships with each other, to spirit, to the land and the waters, to animals and plants, putting language in this broad, holistic system. That's what language policy and planning is really all about. Now, if we take that seriously, if we really believe that language is part of Wetoquwan, then we have to get rid of sort of this old school idea of language planning, which would be sort of the hierarchy that I have on the left hand of this slide. So, if we look at old books on language policy and planning, what the linguists were saying, they had this idea that, there's sort of international purview over what happens in each nation. And then at the national level, there's purview over what happens within each region. And then each region has purview over what happens in community. And then each community has purview over what happens in every home and every family. And purview really is sort of like a polite way to say control, right? That there's sort of this top level control and everything filters down. But of course we know that's not true, right? So if language is really part of this bigger holistic system, if language is what's connecting us to kin, connecting us to our ancestors, connecting us to this land, then really we have to think about all these pieces as being in a web. So there aren't necessarily levels of control, but we can think of it more as domains. So we can have a domain of sort of international language planning. And that's of course going to have impacts and influences on what happens at, say, the regional level. But meanwhile, we can think of what happens at the regional level, and that's going to have impacts over what happens at the national level. We can think about the level of home and family, what's happening in our very homes with respect to the choices we're making around Michif languages, Michif language use, Michif language ideologies and ideas. And that has an impact at the level of the home. It impacts your family. It impacts the generations that come after you. But it also impacts all the way up to the global level. The decisions you're making in your homes can influence Michif around the world. And so with that in mind, we really want to focus in on this domain of home and family. So if this is very true, and I believe it is, right? The decisions you're making around language in your home can influence Michif at the global level, then the family is a really important domain for language revitalization. It's a really important domain for language planning. Now, when I say family domain, we might be conjuring, if you think about that in your head, you conjure up an image. Maybe you get, a house. Maybe it's the house where you live with your family members. Or maybe you live in BC like me and real estate's just too expensive, so it's an apartment. It's not a house. But it's that space where you live with your family members. Maybe that's your family domain. Maybe there's something more metaphysical to your family domain. Maybe you don't live with your family members, but you're texting with them, you're connecting on Zoom, you're talking on the phone, and so it's sort of more of a metaphysical space that becomes your family domain. Maybe some of your family members aren't here on this earth, and you're connecting them with them in very spiritual ways. All of those things can be part of this family domain. So whatever that family domain is for you, that's where we're going to focus our energies thinking about planning today. And I know it goes without saying, but I'll point it out, that families are really key in language revitalization. We heard from Dale yesterday that family and the home domain is just one of many, right? It's not the silver bullet. We can't focus all our energies in the home. But nonetheless, it is one important domain, right? So we know that intergenerational transmission of language is something that's healing. So if you are passing on your language to your children, to your grandchildren, if they're speaking it back to you, that's good medicine. That feels good. And so this is an important role of language revitalization, right, is to reestablish that intergenerational transmission. And that's something that happens in that family domain. We know that if we want first language speakers, and we heard a lot, especially through the table talk that just happened, that creating new first language speakers is an important goal. That when we imagine a healthy, vibrant future for Michif, we imagine there being first language speakers. Of course, the only way to do that is through L1 acquisition, or first language acquisition, right? By definition, if kids or adults are learning it later in life, they can achieve very high levels of proficiency perhaps, but they're not going to be first language speakers. For them to be first language speakers, they have to be learning it early in life, and that's going to happen in the home. We also know, with language connected to everything else, if language is connected to spirit, it's connected to land, it's connected to health, it's connected to absolutely everything, then we want to be thinking beyond language. And we know that multilingualism is really great for child development. If we want our kids to have that leg up, then exposing them to lots of languages is a good way to do so. So family is a really important space. And we want to make the case here that you can be very explicit in planning for how language is going to operate in your families, in your home domain. So I have on this slide sort of 3 areas that are involved in language planning. Linguists call these status planning, corpus planning, and acquisition planning. And really what they do is they allow us to ask 3 important types of questions about how we want to imagine language in our families and in our homes. So the first is, what is the language going to be used for? When we're thinking of family language planning, this is asking these questions about how we want to use the language, what functions we want the language to have in our homes and in our community. Do we want to be using the language for everyday interactions? Do you want to do the dishes in Michif? Do you want to do your chores in Michif? Do you want to go to the grocery store in Michif? Is Michif also important in ceremony and sacred spaces? So thinking about what the functions are that you imagine for your family for the language. Corpus planning has to do with asking the question of what forms will serve the language as it fulfills those functions. So this gets into questions about dialect choices. So which dialect or dialects of Michif do you want to be engaging with in your family? Do you care about the divisions between Southern, Northern, Heritage, French, all of the different labels that we use to talk about the different Michif varieties? Or can these things intermix in your home? These are decisions that have to be made for yourselves. This gets into questions about written and spoken. So for some people, being able to write the language is super duper important. I get that, because texting, it's all through writing, right? I don't think my iPhone can yet do like speech to text from a chiff. If anybody's tried that and it works, I'd love to hear it, but I feel like it probably doesn't work, right? So for me, I'd want to be able to text with my family. I text with my daughters all the time. But the spoken, of course, is super important too, right? And getting those sounds right, so making those decisions about that. For either of those, whichever medium you're choosing, or both, you're going to want to be thinking for your family, what media and resources do I need? What do I want to access that's going to serve us well? What media and resources do I want to create to contribute to the broader community? And then the third set of questions is around acquisition planning. So this is really asking about what language abilities users need to carry out those functions with those forms. So this is questions of education for all family members, learning pathways beyond education, so things like language nests, language circles, online forums, and really thinking very carefully, deliberately about intergenerational transmission, passing on the language across generations in your homes. So, I've sort of been going on and on as I mentioned these three types of language planning about making these choices, making these decisions as you're asking questions. And there's a book back in 2004 that's sort of a seminal volume on language policy and planning that says language policy is all about choices. So here I've got that same triangle diagram with the practices, ideologies, and management, but here I've encompassed it in a circle, and that circle is representing the historical and cultural influences. We know that there's all these circumstances, all these attitudes all around us in society that are impacting our practices and our ideologies, right? Those 2 points on the triangle. I don't need to talk to you all about the impacts of colonization. I don't need to talk to you all about English being all around us in our lives. I'm speaking to you in English right now instead of speaking to you in Michif as I should be. So all these things are happening, right? We can't get away from it. But that bottom corner of the triangle, the language management piece, that's where we can make very conscious and intentional choices about what we're going to do to influence our practices and ideologies. So this is what Tiffany Lee calls awakening, this idea of waking up to make these very conscious, deliberate choices around how we're going to decolonize, how we're going to bring Michif back into our language practices and language ideologies. So Marion and I have some really great examples, or what we think are great examples, from language revitalists that we know, that we admire from across North America, that have made these really conscious and intentional choices about status planning, about corpus planning, and about acquisition planning. So I'm going to pass those over to Marion now. She's going to share these examples. They inspire us, and I'm sure they'll inspire you too. And then we're going to give you some homework where you get to think about these things for yourselves. Okay, I'll pass things over.
All right. So the examples that we brought today are really things that I think most of us could do on our own. The first one is probably one of the most accessible ones we have. This fella named Kasha, or Stephen Michael Reed, he developed his UVic thesis project to work on his own language revitalization of Dakwanje, or Southern Tushone. He's from the traditional territories, or White Horse, as it's otherwise known as. He created a domain in his kitchen where they would only speak Dakwanje language or reclaim it by duct taping the doorways. As soon as you enter, it was Dakwanje only. So that's how they would carry on their conversations and their interactions as a family. It was work though, and if they had problems finding the language to communicate with each other, they had to leave the room and then come back when they were ready to resume. So not always easy, but definitely a commitment to make. And yeah, just an example of this intentional personal policy decision that he easily created to move his language use. Our second one, now some of you may have already heard of this one. How many people have heard Cree Simon Says? Yeah. So of course this one is found on Facebook as a private and safe group that he Simon Bird created. He's a teacher, principal, and I believe he's working on his language revitalization certification as well. He was making memes based on how he taught Cree pronunciation to his children. So the most famous one is may you kiss a cow, or may you kiss a cow, to mean it's a beautiful day. He also, you might have seen these other ones, so for Stinky Pete, Tigger, and Wee Bears, Pitikwe. So he has some of these basic terms that you might use in Cree, but he also steps it up by having these memes including some more advanced vocabulary and expressions. So this is just an example of, you know, how he made a commitment to teach his family his language, but he also was able to, as a content creator, share it with the greater community. As the group members are welcome to interact with the memes as well as ask questions of Simon Bird or the other members of the group. Now we're moving on to some of the areas of corpus. And here we have Ken Fox, known as, his Blackfoot name is Natoi Pixie. And he is a Blackfoot language teacher. He's the father of 4 children. He didn't grow up learning his language, but his grandparents are first speakers, and his mother is an educator, cultural leader, and advanced language learner. He has been actively working to learn and reclaim it throughout his adult life with his own personal commitment, learning from elders, taking the time to hear and carry forward their stories. And this is something he's passing on to his children, and in addition to other children, children in the junior school, high school that he works at. He's created this Blackfoot language video club, and during weekly visits at schools, kids are using iPads to record and edit elders' stories. The elders are visiting them, using the things that they already know how to use: TikTok, Snapchat, other social media apps, their preferred ways of communicating for the most part. Using the things that they already know, they're learning to apply those skills, contributing to language revitalization and documentation, in addition to learning a bit of the language, stories, and how to sit with elders. Yeah, where are we going next? Next in the corpus examples is the use of Algonquian Linguistic Atlas. And how many people have seen this or played with it? If you have, you'll know that it's like this digital hub. It includes a lot of examples of like many of the Algonquian languages, including Michif. But this story is about how Innu families are finding new ways to use those resources to create ways to have conversations that families need. For example, they need to navigate child custody hearings, divorce settlements, interactions with healthcare professionals, instructions for home care, land rights, so on. Areas I know many folks here are passionate about. Not just small talk, but getting into really nitty-gritty relationship, important things. The Innu community collaborated to establish an online technology forum to create new words, and they worked with the Algonquian Linguistic Atlas team to have these specialized glossaries. They're published the vocabulary for new terms they need in their family communications. So we can see that they're expanding the domains for use of language, using their language with family. The final area is acquisition planning, and here's another one coming back really into the home, is a way that was developed by Dr. Carrie Chu, who's a member of the Chickasaw Nation, also a specialist in Indigenous language revitalization. She has a partner. She speaks Chickasaw. He speaks his language, Cayuga, and they're both also, developing their own language skills, And while they're developing their own language skills, they're sharing them with each other, as well as sharing them with their children. So she'll speak Chickasaw to the child, and he'll speak Cayuga, and they support each other in these endeavors. And they're committing to this multilingual household, committing to raising their children in an immersive multilingual environment. Yes, these are the intentional decisions she and her partner made about language policies in their household before they had children. And finally, another great one that I believe many of us could do. These elders pictured are Peter and Jeannie, and they created a Blackfoot version of rock, paper, scissors, teaching it to caregivers and educators as a way to play. And then parents and caregivers sort of took that and are incorporating the game into their family lives, playing the game every day to decide who does the dishes or other chores. Now, I don't know, I would love to do that. Making it a part of their own family language policy. And you know, chores have to be done all the time, so it really encourages consistency and just a constant way of bringing language into their home. So every time they need to do the dishes, they bring in this bit of Blackfoot into their domain with this policy that everyone in the family agrees to follow. So maybe this is something that could be done in Michif. Does anyone know rock, paper, scissors in Michif? Maybe they teach us at our question. No, okay. Let's talk about that later. There are lots of ways we can decide to bring Michif into the homes, and which will get you to think about. Yes? Asini, I papi, il papi. Oh, isizo. Ah, okay. We'll practice later. All right, so we have all these examples, and now we can do Michif, rock, scissors, paper. Almost. Now it's your turn. So at your table, you'll find this worksheet, which hopefully you all have a copy of. If anyone does need a copy, there's extra copies up at the front here. So we have an opportunity today to begin a Famlish language plan. And some of you may have already been taking these ideas into your home before you came here, but maybe there's some new ones you'll think of today. So the first step, we've talked about a domain, and we'll bring it even smaller than family. Where is family? Where does your family share space? It could be somewhere in your house, like Kasha's kitchen. Perhaps it's, like a room, bathroom. A place on the land, maybe it's a fishing hole, or just the pasture or forest that you go walk through. Perhaps it's digital, maybe it is text messaging, grocery lists to your kid or your mom. Where is that domain for you? So we'd like to ask you to take that time to draw it out, or you can write it. It's up to you, be as creative as you like. And during this time also, decide what choices can you make to bring language into that domain? What's the policy going to be? What does the plan look like? Those questions are on the page from those areas. What will the language be used for in your domain? What forms will serve the language, and what language abilities will users need? It doesn't have to be a full plan, but maybe you just jot some notes down today. Discuss with your table, share some of your ideas, and then we'll come back together. So you'll have about 15 minutes, 10-15 minutes for that, and we'll come back shortly. have about 1 more minute. Okay, I think we'll wrap up the time for now, but hopefully you'll take that with you and continue. But we would like to ask if anyone would like to share any of their ideas. And Heather, well, look at her with the microphone. She gets to have her Oprah moment too. So if anyone would like to share, maybe raise your hand or she'll pick somebody.
I see hands at the back.
Awesome.
Oh, Barbara, we knew we could count on you.
So one of the places that would be really nice, and we had quite a discussion about this, around the fireplace or around the fire pit. It's just such a calming, nice place. You can share stories, and you know, we've heard a lot about how that's so important to language and everything. And it's a place where you can be grounded and just relaxed and focused. And so share that time and that space with friends and family. So it seems like just a great place to be able to focus on language. And of course, so there's language around storytelling, for example, or listening to nature, the sounds of nature, and describing the world that you see around you, that sort of thing. So that would be, you know, sort of the purpose or the type of language that you would be focused on, I guess, for example.
Wonderful. How would we say s'mores, do you think? I don't know. That's a great, I like that idea. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing.
I'll say there was a really nice picture of a fire pit on that they drew too. So they took the drawing task seriously, which I love.
Awesome. 10 points. Maybe one more brave table or soul. I don't know. MNBC's table had kind of a lot of work going on there, but I'm just saying.
I'm loitering behind them. Happy to pass the mic.
So something that I've been trying to do at my school, I'm a grade 4 teacher, is to take out words, everyday words, and replace them with michif. And I challenge the students, all the students at my school. So instead of saying hello, I say, can you guys say tanche or tanse? So now when I walk down the hallway, doesn't matter if I'm teaching that grade or not, little kids, tanche, tanche. And some other things too, like taking out thank you, say merci. Taking out see you later, say kuapa mitin or muistas. So those are some ways that I'm trying to lead in taking back domains. And I get some funny looks from people like out in the community or if I'm answering the phone or anything, but that's okay. Then maybe they are wondering, well, what are you saying? And especially sometimes with French speakers, they say merci. I remember if I ever have a sub for my class and they speak French, my kids will say merci and they'll say, that's not merci, it's merci. And they'll say, no, we're speaking michif. And then so they're, even if they're indigenous or not, Métis, michif or not, they're standing up for the language. So that's pretty cool.
So you got good commitment there from, oh, that's awesome. Okay. Any last brave souls. Oh, one more. Okay.
Okay, I'll run to Sharon and then I will come back to you. Okay. I'm not really running.
You're walking fast. One of the things that I do um, within my family structure, I have 6 grandchildren, and they understand, and I feel like I'm talking about my dog, but they understand commands, right? So, astam, mitsu, I taught them very young, kishakatan, and I'll just share a story. When my son Donald turned 10, I wrote in his card, Kishakatan. And he had all his friends there, and he's doing his presents, and he opens up my card, and I can see him from the other side of the room, and he's sounding it out. And he looks up at me and he says, I love you too, Kukum. And I thought, there, I did it. That I did it. So.
Love that story. One more. Okay, one more.
Okay, one more.
So something that we discussed for those of us who know one word in Michif, and we have a really strong, my sister and I have a really strong desire to see our children and our grandchildren learn and embrace the Michif language, is we can label with a label maker, label everything in our pantry, label our cutlery, label things that our children and grandchildren see and use every day, not just with the correct Michif word, but then with the correct Michif. So phonetically write out the correct pronunciation of it.
Thank you. You know, I made stickers recently and had them printed in Blackfoot with labels for the kitchen, but also with like sort of inspirational words like "you're great" and that kind of thing. Ik sko happy, right? Like, and added little QR codes so they could hear the pronunciation. And it's such a simple little thing. You don't need to print stickers. You don't need the QR codes and stickers are great, but yeah, even just creating labels, it's a great way to bring more Michif into your domain.
Right, thank you for the time and energy there. I'm just going to hand it back over to Heather before we go and leave you to the rest of your planning.
Okay, I'll switch mics. So we've heard so much. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who shared. Those who didn't have a chance to talk, I did get to wander around and see some nice drawings. So I know you're all thinking about your family domains. So, you know, we just want to end by saying, regardless of where you're at, even if you just know a couple words, if you're a proficient, fluent speaker, regardless of where you're at with your family language planning, regardless of where you want to go, you can make these conscious and intentional choices. You can shape your family's language future. So in your family domains, you can be asking these very intentional, purposeful questions. What are you going to use the language for? What forms and materials will you use? And what do learners need to learn to succeed? So Leanne Hinton, an amazing language revitalist who's been supporting communities throughout the United States for a long, long time, she says that anyone and everyone can do language planning. We've got a resource here from the First Peoples Cultural Council, which we don't need to reinvent the wheel. It's really lovely. If you want to do more family language planning, check that out. Your handout, I think, has a QR code, does it? Okay, so you can find our handout and links to these resources and others, and we're also happy to chat. Thank you so much. Marcy.
Got me.
Okay, Marseille, Nanaskoman, Kinanaskumtin, we're very grateful for the presentation. Thank the ladies for the energy. They just empowered us all. Personal policy decisions. Policy isn't the domain of the government. We make our own policy decisions every day. So I have a girlfriend who has a tattoo on her hip, and it's a Chinese symbol. And it's beautiful, beautifully done. And I said, what does that say? And she said, I think it says love, but that's what they told me. It might say tuna fish because they were laughing, so I'm not sure, but that's what my tattoo is. So it was at a time when tattoos were just emerging and we were all getting tattoos, and that was her moment of getting a Chinese character on her hip. And then my husband goes and records elders and interviews them and turns them into books for different First Nations communities in Saskatchewan so that there's a collection of their own stories about their own history so that it's not written by ethnographers and anthropologists all the time. And we were in a band office and we were waiting for a chief and council to come in to talk about their book layout. And there were 4 pictures on the wall and they were Chinese characters. And one of the staff came in and I said, "What are those?" And she said, "Oh, they're Chinese symbols. And we think one says love and we think one says," and I was like, "Oh my God, they might say tuna fish. Like, you don't know what those things say." So we went home and my husband said, "We could do better than that." So he's a Cree speaker. He's from Sweetgrass First Nation. And so he made stickers up. And Wahkotuin was a word that everybody, you can say Wahkotuin in a lot of communities now and people know what Wahkotuin means. And so we picked something else. And so he picked Nanaskamau. And he put the syllabics, which he was teaching himself syllabics because he's an oral traditional speaker. And so he didn't want to go to Roman orthography. He went to syllabics first because it holds all of the characteristics of the sounds. And so he started making these stickers. And so he's probably produced about 200 or 300 of these stickers. And we're starting to see them all over the place. And our non-Indigenous friends are asking for them to put on their doors and to put on their cars and to put in different places. So just to say, what's an everyday thing? Let's take these women seriously. What's an everyday thing that you can do? Who's the table that said my dog has commands in Cree? BC, MNBC had that at my dog. We had a dog and I wanted my son to speak language because I didn't speak my language and my husband didn't teach his older children language, and I was committed that we would speak language around him. So our dog knew sit and api, astam, wewi. He got the commands of go outside and pee, do all the things. And one night, my son curled up on the rug with his dog and he said, "I'm so sorry that we got a Cree dog. We didn't know we got a Cree dog, and I don't know what you're thinking right now. But here's what I'm thinking, and I only know how to tell you in English." So it can only go so far, right? So we tried to use all of those things. Okay, we've got another speaker coming up, and we're about to hear from So we're gonna shake it up a bit. I'm not sure if he's gonna break into a rap song or not, but we've got Samson Lamontagne coming up, and to pull us into sort of that social media space, let's start to talk about other spaces where language can be found, including his classroom by the sounds of it. So welcome to the stage.
Tanché, bonjour. Bon matin, tanché, mes amis, ne mia eten an kishkatek, mi ashene wapametek. So, good morning. Hello, my friends. For those of you who I just met, it's nice to meet you all. And for those of you that I already know, it's good to see you again. Something I do with my social media is I wear different colored shirts to represent the different types of Michif. So I'm going to start off with Southern Heritage Michif. That's the one I first started learning. And my very first teacher, Michif Vieux Norman Fleury, is here. So Kishchi Marcy Norman. He really got me started. He really lit the fire under me and helped me learn Michif in a good way. So I'm just going to introduce myself. Sanson la montagne de Shnikashon. Mes noms de famille, c'est les Lamontagne, les Katernick, les Desjardins, les Boucher, les Parot, puis les Grant. Ma parentie à la Brette, Oshchewak. Opestau lizo, Regina d'Oschin. Bois de Flèche, Saskatoon Nawikin. Et mes chefs est quoi? Un maître de Colnia. Ne Atoshkan pour Greater Saskatoon Catholic Schools. So, oh, I want to go back a second here too. So this is a picture of myself and ne papa, Tony Lamontagne Defin. So Tony Lamontagne is my dad, and when you say Defin, that means they passed on. They're no longer with us. And yeah, part of putting yourself on social media is letting people know who you are. So it's not just all strictly Michif lessons. They want to get to know you too. So that's why I put pictures of my family and things that I enjoy doing as well. So Opishtauli Zo, so pile of bones. Regina is where I'm from. Saskatoon, Bois de Flèche, Newikin. That's where I live right now. And I'm a teacher, a school teacher, and I'm a Michif. And I work for Greater Saskatoon Catholic Schools. I want to thank them for letting me take a couple days off to come and be here with you. It means a lot to be here. And I've learned so much speaking with people throughout the last couple days. And this is a picture of ma mari, ma femme, my wife, Shan Lamontagne, ne mama, Carol Lamontagne, pe ma fille, Jones. Jonesy Bones is her nickname, but we call her Mila. Mila is her real name. And that's ma vie. That's my life. Those are my life. They gave me so much strength and encouragement to do what I do. I put a lot of time, because I'm a school teacher, so I teach all day, and at nights and weekends I put in time doing what I love, and that's learning and sharing Michif. And they let me do that. They encourage me to do that. I'm learning Michif. I'm not a fluent speaker. I wasn't born into a Michif family where they spoke it right away, and I'm honest with myself. I'm learning. I have a lot to learn. I speak a little. I speak a little bit of Michif, but I'm learning, and I want to share that with everyone. I'm proud to be Michif. This is a picture of my great aunt, Rose, and my cousine Debbie. And I met with them, and they told me about stories of them hearing about Michif speakers in our family. Flora, Regina, some of my great ancestors. So that gave me even more motivation to learn Michif and share it. Before I go any further though, I think it's really important. I love to pray, and I love working for the Catholic system because I'm allowed to pray there, and I like to pray a lot. And I want to say Kishcha Marcy to Norman Fleury, Kayash, he helped me with this prayer. He taught me a lot, and I still use those teachings every day. So I'm going to say a prayer, and you can see on there, I have it written down in the double vowel system for Southern Heritage Michif, but I like to break it down with my sounds like. And a lot of times I have worksheets where I leave the sounds like open so that other people can write in their own phonetics. Because maybe my phonetics aren't exactly the same as theirs. Because I think I think about when I was young, and I love basketball. And I became a really good basketball player. I played at the U of S for 5 years, and one of the reasons why I was a good basketball player, I took a little bit from my favorite players. Maybe that person has a certain style, good shooting. And that's what I do with my Michif teachers too. And Norman, he always tells me, you gotta pronounce it the right way, pronunciation. If you're not saying it the right way, you're speaking a different language. You're not speaking Michif. So that's why I try my best, and I try to do it in a good way. So I'm going to say a prayer for us. Au nom du Père et du Fils et du Saint-Esprit, le bon Dieu, notre Créateur, Wichi Hanan Kaya, Chewana Kaya, Kawana Kianan, la nation de Michif, puis notre langue, le Michif. Au nom du Père et du Fils et du Saint-Esprit, ainsi soit-il. So that prayer is saying, thank you, Creator. Help us to be proud and to never forget who we are, the Michif nation and the Michif language. And what I like to use social media for is to give the language keepers their flowers. That's what they say nowadays. Give them their flowers. Give them their respect, their due. So I have posts of different language keepers that helped me along the way. This was at a Batosh Michif camp a couple years ago, and Norman just blessed us with so much knowledge there, different prayers, different sayings. So I want people to know that. These are the OGs of the game. We got to respect them. So, merci les Michif vieux et les vieilles. So the old people, and it's not a bad thing to be called old. It's a good thing. It's a blessing to grow old. So we respect them. Here are some of my other teachers along the way. Michif vieux Bruce Flamand. We have Russell Fayard, Irma Klein, and Ed St. Pierre Defin. We have our prayers for Ed and Harriet. We just lost Ed recently. And then mes amis from MABC, they came and they did some awesome, we did some recordings at my house. It was really cool. Some of my other teachers, Dale McCreary, he's here. So Christian Marcy Dale, he spent a lot of time with me this summer, and I learned a lot from him. And then I have other people, not fluent speakers, but they're learning with me. So Shandy, Lila, my tante Faye, we are working together with Norman. And then mon ami Reed, he's in the back. He's helping me out a lot too. He's learning really quick too. So I give respect to everyone, and mon ami Kendall. So what I was saying is I focus on how it's said, not how it's read. It's great that you can write it, you can text. That's cool. I like that. That's awesome. I do that all the time. Writing emails, tanche, mon ami, at the end, kwapamitin mina. It's cool to do that. But I think the most important thing is saying it the right way, pronouncing it the right way. So that's, you can see on my worksheet, I have it in English, in Michif with the double vowel, and then I break it down. So I say tanche. You can see how I have it spelled. Dishanika shun. A lot of people have, that's a tough one to learn. So sometimes I even teach them to go from the back. And in my videos I put on social media, I break this stuff down. So I like to do, if it's a big word, a new word, I like to say kashun, kashun, nekashun, nekashun, shinekashun, dishinikashun. Tanched, sanson la montagne de shinikashun. So teaching people, because everyone's at a different stage in their Michif learning journey. I'm trying to help everyone. Mi nom de famille, c'est Li, Peli, Doshchin, Newikin, and Michif Nia, Nekishke Ten, Le Michif Kiamaka. So that's how, some ways I like to break it out. Okay, now I got to give respect to Niwichiwaganak, Nitotemak, my Northern Cree Michif friends. So, Miu Gixipaya, Tanseni Totemak, Kakio Kikwe Ewako Tomak. So we're all connected and we all need to encourage and support each other. So I appreciate the teachings that I've been given today and yesterday. We got to use this time to come together. Don't be shy. You see someone, oh, wow, he's a good speaker. I'm gonna go talk to him, bug them. You could ask Norman. I bugged him so much, he probably got sick of talking to me. I had his number, texting him, calling him. Oh, that's Samson. He probably got sick of me. All right, so what I like to do, I told you, I like to switch shirts. So I'm gonna switch shirts for a second here. Get into my Northern Cree Michif, and I'll introduce myself and show you some teachings from that too. So that's one way. It's a kind of a visual thing. So if you go onto any of my social media, Michiv with Mononk Sampson, that can help you. If you want to learn some Southern heritage, I got a red shirt on. If I'm wearing green, you know that's Northern Cree Michif. So, Tanse sanson la montagne sika son, oskana ka sastige, ochiniya, misasquato minataguk, newikin, nia Michif egwa, kiskana hamagyu. So, my name's Sam Slamontang. Oskanaka Sastige, that's pile of bones. So that's Regina. Misasquatomina Taguk, that's Saskatoon. That's where I live. I'm Michif and I'm a school teacher. And this is one of my first teachers, Louise Oki. I was working at St. Michael's School in Saskatoon. When I first got there, they changed it to a Métis Education School of Excellence. And I just graduated from Suntep, and I'd been learning from Norman. So I went in there and I was teaching Southern Heritage Michif, and all the kids, they loved it. I would go up every Monday and have a PowerPoint like this and teach them new Michif words. And I'd start every morning with bon matin. Can you guys say bon matin? So then the kids would say that, and this cute little guy, he would come up to me in the hallway, Mr. Bon Matin. And I loved him. That was cute. He didn't know my name was Mr. Lamotang, but I was okay. He's speaking Michif. And actually, the same kid, he later on, a couple years later, his mom came up to me after school. Hey, I need to talk to you. I said, okay, what's going on? What are you teaching my son? Are you teaching him to swear in Michif? I said, no. Well, what's he saying to you? He says, whenever I tell him to clean up or do this or do that, he says, no more, yeah. And I said, that's not a swear. He just doesn't want to do that. Anyways, okay, so that's Louise Oki. She's awesome. So what I was trying to say is I was at St. Mike's. I was doing Southern Heritage Michif for about 4 or 5 years. And then they wanted to do core Michif. But they said that there's not enough speakers or not enough teachers at Suntep that are doing Southern Heritage. So what they got to do is they're going to switch it up. And they're going to change it to Northern Cree Michif. And I had a choice. Either I transfer or I learn. So that's what I did. I learned. So I started learning from Louise Oki. And then later, oh, there's a picture of Laura Burnoff, Nuichiwagan. So she came to my school. She taught us songs. It was so sweet. We had the kids singing songs like all the time. They loved it. She came, and Kuka Mary Morin was there too. And they were giving them hugs after. It was a really great time. And then Maureen Belanger actually worked there too. And then finally I met the godfather I thought of Northern Michif, because you could hear Vince's Henekew's voice with a Northern Michif to go app. So I'm like, I met him, and he's a super nice guy. I really like learning from Vince. But I was also Louise, and then Elizabeth Gardner. She came down to Saskatoon, and they helped me develop this prayer. So this is another prayer that I like to say in my kids every day at school. I like to teach them all Michif in my classroom. So we say this one in the morning. So we say, Marsi kesemantu, tatu gisagaw, sawimik ni tutemak, egwamina nuichiwaganak. Marsi kesemantu, miu matsehuen, egwamina miu pematsu en kitse. Marsi Jesus, egwane. And that is a really cool prayer. The kids love to say that. We had a treaty medal installation last year, and my kids said that. They memorized it. They don't even have to read from it anymore. They got that in their heads. They really love doing that one. So this is another breakdown. Same thing, I like to break it down. So I focus on how it's said, not how it's read. I often use Gabriel Dumont Institute's online dictionaries, and I go back and I listen to Norman, and I listen to Vince, because that's who I model from, right? I'm not a fluent speaker, but luckily I've had the opportunity to have those speakers in my life, and I want to try to do good by them and make them proud of me. So this is how I kind of write it out with my phonetics. Tan se, nesika sun, ochiniya, newiken, niya, kiamaga. All right, and I'm gonna take this one off, because I've also worked with a group out in BC, and they really liked my resources, and they wanted to change them into French Michif. So I haven't done too much French Michif on my social media, but hopefully in the new year, I can do some more, because I want to respect them too. So I'll throw on my blue shirt just for a second. And I want to say Tanched and Monsieur Basilak. He's here with his team, and I had the opportunity to work with Mama Claire Basilak Defin, and we spent a lot of time. There's a really nice picture of myself, Maureen Belanger, Mama Claire, and Norman, all three types of Michif. We came together at Comfy, and we laughed, and we made bannock, and we did crafts, and we shared the language with one another. So this is what this one group helped me with. So to introduce myself, I would say, moi je m'appelle Samson La Montagne, moi je viens de Regina, moi je reste à Saskatoon, moi je suis Michif, puis toi. So one thing about me is I respect and I love all the different types of Michif. And I think that is the common theme that we've been saying here together. We need to put our differences aside, and work together. The time is counting down with our time with our language keepers. We need to learn as much as we can with them. So I'm so fortunate that I got to spend a lot of time with all three types. Okay, now the reason why I'm here. This is how my social media journey started, okay? This is in my living room. Do you guys remember COVID happened? All right, and I'm stuck at home. And I said to my wife, Ma vie, can I please move the couches and use our biggest wall in our little apartment to put up my teachings so I can make some videos and I can put them on Google Classroom so my students can use them, they can keep learning. And my wife said, okay, how long is this gonna be? Like a day, a week? It went for a while. And the thing what I started to do, she's like, why don't you put it on Instagram? That's where people are. I said, I don't even know how to do that. She said, well, I'll help you out. So I started that's really where it started. Because Google Classroom, that's only for teachers or students that are in that Google Classroom. Instagram, that's for anyone that has Instagram. So that went pretty good. That's how it started. And then this is her post. I want my living room back. So I saw that one day, I'm like, okay, I gotta switch it up. So she got her living room back, but it wasn't the end of it. So now, I just started with Instagram, and then I got on Facebook too, and so I post to my family and friends, but I don't have that many people on there. But then I found a Michif language group. So some people come up to me and say, hey, Samalama, because that's the name I used. I had to get a new phone, my other phone broke, and I put my nickname for whatever reason, Samalama, that's one of my nicknames, and then I didn't know how to change it. I still don't know how to change it. So that's why it says Samalama. So if you're on Facebook in this Michif group, that's actually me, Samalama. And I had a group, they wanted to share, they're saying, oh, your teachings are great, can we highlight you? And they didn't put Mon oncle Samson, La Montagne. They said, this is Samalama. I'm like, okay. That was kind of weird, but it was still working. Okay. Then my daughter's like, you know what? TikTok is the cool thing to do. So that's where all the kids are. Get on TikTok. And so on Instagram right now, I have about 1,700 people that watch, but I also keep it open. So there might be, +1, all right. Right on, we got some more. And Facebook, there's no like followers or anything, but on TikTok, I have over 3,000 people all over the place, all over the world. I have people from Canada, United States, all over learning about Michif, and it's pretty cool. And then I also have it on YouTube as well, because I want teachers to be using it. And you don't want teachers, they don't want to be going on their Instagram and on their TikTok at work. They don't want their kids knowing what their profile is. But on YouTube, you can just type in YouTube, search Michif with Mononk Sampson, and there's a bunch of stuff up there. And because of that, a lot of people are learning Michif, but a lot of people are reaching out. So I had Saskatoon Public Libraries reach out to me, and we did some stuff with Northern Cree Michif. I had Louise Oki help me, and we made some videos, put it on there. And that's how I think I was connected with my friends at Métis Nation of BC. They saw that video. And then we got connected, and then we started doing stuff too. So it's kind of crazy how things work. And you'll never see on my page, all right, come learn Michif from Mononk Sampson. $12.99 for this package. Come send me some money. I didn't do that. I'm not learning Michif to make money. That's not why I'm doing it. The reason why I started learning Michif is because I found out about my Métis lineage. And then I found out about my Michif history in my family. So I do it for that. I was kind of ignorant. I was kind of naive. When I was at Suntep, we heard about Michif. We never heard it. We never heard anyone actually say it. We read it in a book. Some Métis people spoke Michif. Like, oh, I want to learn that. It's got part French in it. It's got Cree in it. And when I grew up, I went to French immersion. So I was never good at French though. But I wondered, why would I take French for all those years, all the way to grade 12? There has to be a reason why. And then that clicked. All right. And I still remember one of my first classes with Norman. Oh, it's French. Oh, no, it's not French. It's Mitchif. And he gave it to me. But it was good. I needed to know that because now I say that to people too. It's not French. It's influenced by French. There's French influences. There's Cree influences. It's not Cree. It's not French. It's a hybrid language. And it's really cool. So anyways, then I started, and in Norman's class, he taught us, well, he first came over and I took a GDI class with him. But then he started working at the university. And I don't know if you remember, Norman, in the back picture there, there's a painting of a skunk, Shak le Shakak. And he gave us homework. We had to make up a story and we had to incorporate Michif in it. And that story has just grown and grown and grown. And now I do it in Southern Heritage Michif and I also do it in Northern Cree Michif. So if you ever want to hear that story, just go onto YouTube, type in Saskatoon Public Library, and then those stories will be there. So it's a pretty cool thing, social media, how we can share these stories. And I have teachers from all over telling me, oh, I love that story. That's awesome. Your resources are really good for the classroom. And I know kids love animals. Everyone loves animals. So I brought my friend here. I was supposed to bring my skunk, Shak le Shakak. I wanted him to meet you guys, but I forgot to pack him. So I was in the Saskatoon airport, had some time to kill, and I was looking at animals. And there was a moose, but moose is so hard to pronounce, and I find in Southern Heritage Michif. I always say, Larinyal. Is that right? Larinyal? Okay. Well, I guess I'm saying it right. So I was shied away from the moose because I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of Norman. So I got un renard. So I got a fox, all right? And I thought about my great relatives, Flora and Regina. Regina le renard. So that's why I got Regina. So throughout this couple days, I've been taking pictures with friends and new friends, and I've been having Regina with our pictures. So you guys, if you check out my stuff, you'll see Regina there as well. And I want to say that too. I don't want to go up to people. Some people don't want to be on social media, and I respect that. But if any of you after my presentation want to have a picture with me, I would love that. That would mean a lot to me. And then I'll make a slideshow and put it on there. So no pressure at all. But something I like to do, when I was in Regina, the actual Regina, when I was visiting my mom for Thanksgiving, I brought a bunch of my stuffies, a bunch of my animals, and I did some lessons in there, and we did a song. So I'm gonna teach you guys a song I like to sing with my students. So Gi Wapamau, can you guys say Gi Wapamau? So that means I saw, all right? Can you guys say Om Sheshe Etiu? And this is a Southern Heritage Michif. So that means, and it sounds like. Okay, so it goes like this. Gi Wapamau and Sha, Gi Wapamau and Sha, Gi Wapamau and Sha, Om Shishi Etiu. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, and kids like that, all right? You can do this in the classroom, you can do this online. Okay, I need your help. Can you guys help me with Lu? With a wolf? Can you guys help me with that one? Okay, let's try it. Here we go. Gi Wapamau and Lu, Gi Wapamau and Lu, Gi Wapamau and Lu, Om Shishe Etiu. Ow! Oh, mi ashen, bano braj. You guys are good. Okay. Next. So Gabriel Dumont Institute. They have a Northern Michif dictionary, and I love it. You can look up words, you can look up phrases, and because of that, I got introduced to Vince Ahenekyu, and then GDI actually had some classes that Vince put on. So that's another thing that I like to do with my social media. I like to promote classes. So if anyone here has classes that you want promoted for any of your events, Métis events, Michif events, hit me up in my Instagram or another way of hitting me up, and I will help you promote that, because I think the more you give, the more you get. So I want to help people out. That's what I was taught. Treat others how you want to be treated. I'd want people to share my stuff, and I'm here to share stuff with you. So anyone in this room, you guys have stuff you want to share, let me know. I can help that with my social media. And yeah, ended up taking a class with Vince online, and as you can tell, he's laughing. You'll never have a Vince Hennique class without laughter. He taught me you gotta have lots of fun when you're learning Michif too. And Gabriel Dumont Institute, Norman Fleury, it's the voice of Norman, all right? I love teaching my kids at school, and I'd say, listen to Norman, repeat after Norman, and I'll press the button, and he'll say it, and then they'll say it back to him. So Norman's voice is filled with a lot of classrooms. It's awesome. The work that he did with GDI is really good stuff. And because of that, GDI has seen that I promote their Michif Dictionary, and I do it in a good way. So they've even offered some beginner, just beginner, stuff that I've been taught, classes as well. So stay on the lookout for that. There's often GDI will say, hey, you want to learn some beginner learning Michif? And then you could talk to David Morin, and he could sign you up if you ever want to learn. Big shout out to Métis Nation of BC and the Amelia Douglas Institute. So they put this up with Michif phrase search, and it's Southern, actually they have all three. They have Southern Heritage Michif, they have Northern Cree Michif, and they even have French Michif, which is very cool. I love that they're inclusive of all of them. And with Southern Heritage, I'm really digging into Southern Heritage right now. I love learning that, getting more and more. And of course, the voice is Norman Fleury, again, he's doing awesome work with them. So you can hear them. And it's nice to have that consistency too, from GDI and Amelia Douglas Institute. So it's really cool stuff. And Harriet St. Pierre, she was in town for a conference, and Avery and mon ami Jocelyn, they're like, hey, you know what? We got some funding. We're gonna fly down, and why don't we shoot some videos with you and Harriet? And I said, hey, can we do it in my house? And they said, yeah, why not? So they came to my house one Saturday, and we did a bunch of filming. So you can even see some videos on there with Harriet St. Pierre. But it's kind of funny because she kept calling me Simon all the time. Don't Simon. And I'd be like, I'm bald. I don't look like Cree Simon Says. What are you talking about? And anyways, but we had a really good time, and I always have fun when I'm hanging around my Métis Nation of BC friends. And here's some pictures of them. So I first met them at Batoche a couple summers ago, and they're like, hey, we seen your videos. I'm like, right on, thanks, merci. And then we started collaborating, and this summer I got invited to help with a Michif youth camp. And we did Michif in the morning and at night, and then we did awesome activities during the day. It was such an amazing time, and I got to meet mon ami Patrick there, and we had such a great time. And here's some more. And these are some pics I took. Mon ami Mal, I got some pictures with her. And, mon ami Cal as well. And also mon nouveau ami, my new friend as well. So meeting a lot of new people. And I'll show you another picture with Cal later on, okay? He's a pretty funny guy. He looks quiet, but he's a character, that guy. Whoops. Then Métis Nation of Alberta, they just invited me because of my videos. They said, this one lady, this one gal right there, she's like, you're TikTok famous. And I'm like, oh, I'm not TikTok famous. I just like to put up stuff. So they invited me to their Nurturing Connections family gathering 2 weekends ago. It was such a great time. I had an awesome time. So I'm really thankful for social media and all the opportunities I've had because of it. And cannot forget Métis Nation of Saskatchewan. They invited me to come visit with their put together team. So shout out to the team back there. They brought me in for a pizza party. They must know, like I'm a big guy. They knew I was gonna like a pizza party. Anyways, what we should have done, I was thinking, we should have done a pizza review when I was there. So you know what though? Good news, bad news. Bad news, we didn't do it. Good news, we can always order more pizza and do it later. Yeah? Okay, right on. Okay, so I'm looking forward to collaborating with them in the future too. So this is some Michif in the classroom. The picture on the left side. So I told you I used to play basketball, Kayash. And this guy taught me, Mick Panko from Regina. And he sent me this. He said, Samson, I put up your videos in my classroom. I had no idea he does that. I have people from all over, Regina, different places. They use it in their classrooms. I think that's so cool. And then that's even my wife, she uses me in her classroom too. That's why there's a heart there. So even my wife gives me shout outs. So that's pretty cool. Another reason why I love social media is because I can promote my friends, mes amis. So I'm friends with Wilfred Burton, and he has a bunch of awesome books for all ages. And the really cool thing is, not only does he have it in English, but it's translated in Michif. And Norman did a lot of work. He's been doing a lot of stuff over the years, so we got to big time thank Norman. And there's Nuichi Wagan, Leah Dorian, all right? And she also has a lot of, she's an amazing artist and author. And Norman does translations with those books too. So you can read it, and I think back in the day they had CDs, but now I think GDI has audio files. So when you purchase a book, you get a link to their audio file too. And that's another really great resource to see how sentences come together. So if you don't want to just learn word by word, you can see sentence structure and hear it with the proper pronunciation. But one of the reasons why I think my social media, well, it's got to be good content, it's got to be good Michif, right? But I'm also having fun. And for me, I told you I play basketball, so I've been addicted to shoes my whole life. I got a paper out so I could buy myself shoes. My mom and dad would get me one new pair of shoes every year. My new indoor shoes, all right, those were my indoor shoes. My indoor shoes from last year, those are my outdoor shoes. But I wanted more. I was addicted to Michael Jordan and Nike. So my mom said, get a job, buy yourself your own. So that's what I like to do. I like to do sneaker reviews. Les souliers samedi avec Samson la montagne. So sneaker Saturdays with Samson. So sometimes I like to review new shoes I got. And then in this picture, you can see mon ami Cal, and we're doing a hot dog review. So I started golfing a couple years ago, and at the golf course, you do 9 holes, and then you go have a hot dog. That's kind of how it goes. So I would play my 9 holes, and then I started doing reviews with my buddies. And then I started rating them out of 10. So I teach people how to count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we give this hot dog a 6 because maybe the bun was a little too hard. Hey, Cal? It was a little rough, right? So anyways, teaching kids how to count in a fun way. I also did a countdown for New Year's last year. It was 2022, so I did my favorite 22 sneaker pickups of the year. So I started at 22, and I kept going down. So I teach them the numbers as we work down too. Another thing I like to do, and my wife is, she kind of gets annoyed at me because I'm always filming stuff, I'm always doing stuff with Michif, is like when I go places, like I went to the zoo with my sister and my brother-in-law, and we went to the zoo and I started filming stuff. So I was like, and I was learning from Dale, and vache de prairie, Anna, all right? So that is a buffalo. And buffalo, Anna. So like, anyway, so wherever I'm going, and the cool thing about that is I started, I teach grade 4, so in grade 4 they talk about habitats and adaptations with animals. So I went to the zoo, and the lady there was like, hey, like we could incorporate some Michif at the zoo too. So everywhere we go, we talked about that last group, talking about reclaiming different places. That's what I'm trying to do. When I'm going to the zoo now, it's not just a snake, all right? Un couleuvre. It's not a hawk, it's un mangeur de couleuvre. All right, so we're teaching them stuff like that, little by little, and we gotta be brave. I want you guys to think about how brave our ancestors had to be. My brave is nothing compared to what they had to do. So if I go in public and I say tanche to someone or tanse to someone that's not indigenous, that's not even that's a little brave compared to what they had to go through. So I want all of you to think about that too. When we go out there, let's do it for them. Les vieux, les vieilles, all right? The people that are no longer with us. Let's fight for them. Fight, keep our Michif language alive. And then, yeah, here's a picture of when I was coming here. This was just on my way here. And so I picked up Regina Le Renard. Here, we're on the plane. And here we are in the hotel room. And she better stay away from those snacks because they're $4 each. Oh, whoa. Regina. I don't know. I don't see any chocolat on her. I think we're okay. We'll see what my credit card statement looks like, though. Above all, though, I think these are my 3 golden rules when I teach and when I think about just how I try to live my life is natota, natuta. is to listen, right? God, the creator, gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. We got to listen twice as much. And I'm a makaton. I talk too much. I'm a big mouth. So I got to remind myself, listen more, Samson, listen. And then kishke eta, kiski eta. We're here to learn, right? We listen so that we can learn. And above all, respect les autres, respect each other, right? So it doesn't matter if it's like Bruce Dumont there, I got to meet him this summer, that was pretty cool. Or this Mchi Michif, this guy, this young guy at this camp, Michif camp, he ended up learning and saying a prayer for us, a food prayer for us. And I know that we have lunch coming up, and I don't want to get in the way of that. So I thought I would share some food prayers with you guys. So I'll do one in Northern Cree Machif first that Louise Oki, Nuichiwaga and Louise Oki helped me teach me. So Marci Kisemantu, Kananaskomitin Anochawi Mitsoyak, Egwane. And now for Southern Heritage Machif food prayer. Au nom du Père et du Fils et du Saint-Esprit. Merci Créateur pour la noche, pour ma famille, pour mes amis, pour ma santé, pour le manger. Et quoi? Pour la paix. Merci Créateur. Au nom du Père et du Fils et du Saint-Esprit, ainsi soit-il. And Christian Marcy, Norman Fleury, always influencing me. All right? I have so many influences. I'm blessed that I had so many good teachers that continue to teach me, inspire me, and to lead the way. And I want to say merci pour ton temps. Thank you for your time. Mina kwapamitin a wow. Mistas kwapamtin a wow. But before I go, I want to just say merci, Christian Marcy to the Métis National Council. Thank you for having us all here. Christian Marcy to the staff. Let's give the staff of MNC a big round of applause. Christian Marcy. I also want to say Christian Marcy to les vieux and les vieilles who are sharing so much knowledge. I love when they just pop up and tell us stuff. That's cool stuff. That's how it was back in the day. It wasn't all just on paper and this. We just sat and we visited. So that's taking it old school. That's a good way. I want to thank them for the prayers, les prières. Thank you so much for the prayers. And also want to thank the staff here at the hotel and the chefs for the food and all the staff here. Let's give them a round of applause. The food's been really nice too. Merci. So just a couple other things I just want to say. I like to use social media as a platform to thank and celebrate language keepers. I said that. It's another cool thing that you can do if you're starting to get into social media is collaborate. So find other content creators. So there's this one mon ami from BC. Her name's Métis Potato. That's her on social media. So we've done a couple of things. I saw her at Batosh. We did a little video. I saw her at the Michif Youth Camp. And when we put out those videos, some of my people that like my stuff will check out hers and vice versa. So it's good to share like that. My whole thing too about teaching Michif at schools and all over is to promote truth and reconciliation. Learning an Indigenous language like Michif is answering calls to action. So I like to remind people of that. And when they hear that, they're like, oh yeah, I want Michif in my classroom too now. All right? So it's a really cool thing to be doing that. For myself and for others, I'd say be honest with yourself. I'm a language learner. I'm not fluent. I have a lot to learn. I know that. But I'm thankful for what I've learned from language keepers. Another thing is I keep it positive and I encourage each other. Just keep it positive. I always say, Akameamo avec la bonne ouvrage, keep up the good work. Tagakwi pingu, good job. And on social media, I know it's good to have constructive criticism, and you need to be corrected if you're not with your pronunciations or your learning. But something I don't do is I don't deal with any negativity on social media. Some people put something up, oh, that's just French, or oh, that's just Cree. They don't understand, and there's so many people out there, don't even waste your time. I don't even waste my time trying to go back and forth with them. Couple of reasons. First, I have a lot of students on there, a lot of kids. They don't need to see that negativity going back and forth. So there's a really easy button. You just go on the person that wrote a negative comment, click on their profile, and then you find the button, block. Block. I just block them. All right, I don't have time for that. All right, we got to keep it positive. Same with all of us. Let's keep encouraging one another, and that's what I've heard last couple of days. So, akameomo avec le bon ouvrage, mes amis. Keep up the good work, my friends, and écoutez. All right, merci. Oh, merci. Thank you. Oh, that's beautiful. Very cool. Oh, merci.
Thank you so much. Was that awesome or what? Keep it positive. He's got at least 100 new followers, I would say, in the room after that. Just inspirational to have somebody in the middle of learning language to be brave enough to come and speak that much language with us and to put himself on social media where everybody can watch and learn with him is just absolutely empowering for all of us. And he said 2 prayers for lunch. So you're ready to go eat. I'll see you at 1 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch.
We dog tried, did our best. We did our time and stood the test.
Okay, we're headed into the home stretch. You guys have been expert visitors. Thank you for the Kyoge win. Nanaskaman, I'm using my rudimentary Cree. Nanaskaman Kyoge win experts. And so this afternoon, we're going to hear from a couple of presenters, then we're going to hear from Otipemisiwak government, and then we'll have a final table visit before we wrap up for the day. So it's going to be lickety split before we have to say Kitwami Nakao Pumpkin. So let's invite Elder Norman Fleury up, who you've been hearing about over the last day and a half, and his influence with language and language teaching, both in Saskatchewan and in other regions of the homeland. And after he's finished, we're going to invite Christy up from Métis Nation Saskatchewan. So let's welcome Norman to the stage.
Yeah, I could sit down instead of standing, or what do you want? Would be good to sit down. Yeah. Is it okay here? Yeah, right there.
Hello, hello. Testing, testing, peak, neso, neo.
My foot is sore, but that's okay now. Okay, we're on, eh?
Okay, yeah, you're
Are
good.
we on with everybody listening out there in the world too?
We are.
Okay, good. I can't see everybody here. I hope I can see them there. Maybe I'll move here so I can.
Actually, Norman, why don't we pull you up a little bit?
Okay, that'd be nice.
He wants to see you all.
The clock is ticking. Good afternoon, and Mana Premijiga Kyo Norman Fleury de Shnikashon, Emichif Nia, Limichif Beakshwan. So what brings me to this forum? And my mind always moves, it goes back and it reflects, and trying to bring something together, an understanding and a balance and a base of what we call Michif language revitalization and protection. And what does that mean? But first of all, I want to say thank you to people that did the prayers today. We started off in a good way. And also the lady that sang a song for us, and that was a good way to understand and moving forward. When I sit here before you, I go back, I'll be 75 years old here in March, and I go back to when I was a little boy in St. Lazare, Manitoba. It was predominantly a Michif French community. And the Michifs knew who they were. We knew who we were as Michifs, and the French knew who they were. There was never any discrepancies of understanding. And today we're in that point of our life where there's identity needs, cultural needs, linguistic needs. When I was a child, you never asked who you were because you knew who you were. The Frenchman next door, the neighbor, knew who they were, and we knew who we were. And we didn't talk about in those days, reconciliation. We lived with what we were confronted by. And now, but we did talk about residential schools. The Michifs went to residential schools. They went to Lebret, and communities like Isle La Crosse had residential schools, and a few northern communities. Yes, some people did lose their languages, but the majority did not lose their languages if they went home and the language is still there. So in St. Lazare, Manitoba, where I was born and raised, my mushum and kokum and my mother and her siblings were very strong Michif people. And Michif itself is a nationality. That's first and foremost, Michif is a nationality. And that term Michif comes from France. It's mitif, M-I-T-I-F, and we Michifize that mitif. But it means mixed. And Métis, M-E-X-A-N-T-E-S, is another way of saying mixed people of mixed ancestry. That's First Nations and French. So at home, the Frenchmen, we knew who the French people were, and we knew who the Michifs were, and we knew our distinction. We knew who we were and where we came from, our lineage, our stories, our history, our music, our songs, our ceremonies. We had them all. But today, when you're teaching language like Michif, it's like you're dissecting your language and anglicizing who you are, and that's a tough one. Because when I asked my sister, well, I went and visit my sister. She's gone now. She was born in 1925. She would be 98 years old. And she raised 12 children in St. Lazare, Manitoba. And I used to go and visit her as she got older because she's our oldest sister. And she happened to be where she had health issues and she wasn't as mobile. So she raised 12 kids living off the land like all of us, making big gardens, canning, preserving, to make a living for her family. So I knew she couldn't do it anymore, so I like to bake and I like to cook. I like canning, I like gardening, I like hunting. So I used to make bannock and bread, and I'd make la galette de pain, they call it. You make bannock with the bread dough. And then I'd can and take it over to her place. And one day I was visiting, and she said, "It must be hard for you to go and talk about us in the English language. We never use one English word in our home. It was in Michif." My grandmother, she delivered all her daughter's kids and her sons. It was all in Michif. We never used any other language in our home but Michif. But the Michif are very versatile in languages because only Michif spoke Michif language amongst the Michif people. You never talk to anybody in Michif that didn't know or understand Michif. That's why I speak 7 languages. Because wherever I go, I learn the language of those people. I speak French. Je parle français. je parle le vieux français, puis je parle le français des Métis, que mon père parlait le français des Métis. Mais le français, c'est la langue, le français, ça appartient aux Français, ça ne nous appartient pas. The French language belongs to the French people. When I speak French, I can't say that's my language because it belongs to that nation. Ninihiyawan. Nigas kitane pikswayan nihiyawewen. Magaganihiyaweyan. Nemoyan de pehtena nima. Nihiyawewak itepehtamako piksweun wow. The Cree language, when I speak Cree, it doesn't belong to my nation, it belongs to the Cree people, the nation. So when we say there are Métis languages, no, there's no such thing as Métis languages. It's languages that the Métis speak. So we got to be careful sometimes because words matter. And you could lead people astray if you don't know how to lead your subject. And that's what's so important. I kind of have a bit of a problem, like was said yesterday by a few people, and Dorothy Mayo was saying, you think in that language and you speak in that language. And that's how I do it. When people ask me to translate, I have to think in Michif, but they want us to make it. How do you say that in English? I said, I don't care how it's said in English. It doesn't matter to me. It's not important. It's how do you say it in my language and what does it mean? That's what's important. So when I was a child back in St. Lazare, Manitoba, we used horses still that time. Go to school with the horses. I walked. When my grandfather got up and my grandmother or my mom, they would say, how? Sapran l'école, you have to go to school. We patch l'école ka machipa, and the school will start soon. Why, you got a ways to walk. Amas la niche, spaganakao. There's a lot of snow. You got a long ways to. So we were taught to be responsible. We were taught to take ownership. So when you talk about language revitalization, we can't have a pan-Aboriginal approach. It's got to be distinct. It's got to be about us. It's got to be about who are the Michif. My grandmother, I said to her one time, Umakianan na Michif ka pikshwayak, kianan pego ke pikshwanan li Michif, kinstotatonan, tande uma uschipa not lang li Michif. I said, where does this language come from? Tane ke kianan pego ga kitut toyak ka Michif ka pikshwayak. Aoyak, kagitut tayak aoyak anishnabe mutta nishnabe munan. We speak Sodo. Aoyak nihiya wet nihiya wanan. Aoyak le français ka pikshwet le français ki pikshwanan. And she said, Taneh ki magan magakakwechimian. Why do you ask? Nobody's ever asked who's a Michif, what's a Michif, and what's our language. Nochum, no tek skeita manista. Mischete gwakakwechimigonani kawanakianan. Lots of people now are asking, who are we? So how do we tell them, who are we? We have to tell them in our own ways, our own understanding, our own distinction, our own worldviews. Because we have Michif elders, we have Michif speakers, we have Michif stories, we have Michif legends, we have Michif mythology, we have ceremonies, we have them all. Easter morning, we put a black cloth on our eyes and we look at the sun. As the sun rises and the sun is dancing, that's our sun dance. That's because of the resurrection of Christ. And we are Catholics as Michifs, and that's what we believe in. But we believe it in our own way. We made our own belief systems. It's no different than when we go to midnight mass, same thing. We used to go with the horses, team of horses, but we went there as Michifs. We knew Jesus and we knew God as Michif people. We had that understanding. It's like in springtime, the first waters, my grandma said, we put katikhteo. It's going to melt now. The water will flow in the creeks. Go get that water. And that's holy water. You use that as holy water for praying water, for blessings, for healing. We mixed the best of both worlds and we made our own. So there's so much to talk about. 40 minutes doesn't give enough time for us to tell our stories about our worldviews. We have to be sitting as people that are speaking French. Have your form. Those that are speaking Cree, have your form. Those are speaking Michif. You call it, you heard Northern Michif today, Southern Michif. You're a Michif. You have to talk about yourself amongst Michif people. But it's okay to share. It's okay to have a form. Nothing wrong with that. I've been adopted by Dakota people as a son and as a brother. They're gone to the spirit world. But I belong to that nation through adoption. And I know ceremonies, Dakota ceremonies. I've been to sun dances. I've been to sweats. I respect it because it's theology. And there's one God. We're one creation. And that's what's so important. And we talk about that in Michif. Kianan le bon Dieu vanitogi pakitnikoyak. God put us here. Exchite moyak. So coming back to my grandma, and I said, Tandema ka kianan ka uschiak. Where would we come from? And this is my good friend, that Dale McCreary, that was, when he was up here, he's saying that's one of those stories that I told him. And my grandma said, Moshe maga kashkitan chwitamatan pitamanga gishkshin magagakwechemian. I won't be able to tell you that right away, but I have to think about what you're asking me, because our grandparents were not people that were hesitant. They also had to build that understanding before they told you, because they would not lead you astray. So, kapeki ukan deme maten kape michen le porridge mishawach. You'll come tomorrow morning. Gakakwe kishkshin, I'll try to remember. And when I remember, I will tell you. I was maybe 11 years old, maybe 10 years old. And we lived on the same quarter section of land, which was my mother's land and the children. It's a 7-generation property where 2 of my nephews still own that land that I was born and raised on. And so I went next morning, 7 o'clock, we're sitting down eating, and she said, Ginagato ten. In magagi ka kwechamian, I thought about what you asked me. Le bon Dieu, manito, kakiao kiwish heo, ay shinoa, mishweite, Lord bor la mer, otakis tanandal Canada, quad dal les États-Unis, United States. Lord bor la mer, over the waters, there's people there, the French speak French. She said, li français pique shkwewak, Lis Alman, Alma Pikshkwewak, the Germans speak German. God made those people and gave them a language, gave them an understanding, gave them where they would live. And over here, where we live, in what you'd call Turtle Island, God created, she said, our relatives, our families, the First Nations people. The Dakota, Lakota, Nakota got their language. The Cree, which is Nihiau, the Soto, which is Anishinaabe, gave them a language, gave them distinction, stories, ceremonies, songs. Then God said, you know, I want to make another people. I made all these people all over the world. But there's another people I want to make to finish that hoop of life, that circle of life. And that's us, the Michifs, she said. And God gave us a language and gave us a distinction. So that's why we're not just an ordinary people. People from all over the world, the linguists came to research us because they heard that there's two family groups came together, mainly two family groups, the Cree and the French, and some influence of the English, some influence of the Soto, because we're under that Algonquin linguistic group. And that's why we understand each other, because as Crees, the Sotos, we come under that Algonquin linguistic group. So that's where she said, Kianan mina kipahkan shinan. We are different. We are unique. We are ourself. So to say we're everybody, no, and anything, no. That's why when you say you're a Michif, you speak Michif, and you know the Michif ways. It's even bigger than the language, but it's inclusive of the language. There's culture, and language cannot be separated. Those two go hand in hand together. Your ceremonies. We have those ceremonies of Easter time, Christmas time, New Year's. When I came to Saskatchewan, in Saskatoon, the Michifs there wanted to know who they are. In Manitoba was very strong in a lot of ways because we still had strong Michif communities. If you have a strong Michif community, you're going to survive. So then when we first started Michif, that's giving you a bit of the history of who we are. There's more. And when you look at who we are, and people are very interested in us, and under Section 35, there's First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. We let the First Nations tell their stories. We let the Inuit tell their stories. But we have to tell our own story. And that's what's important. Because within our nation, we've got everything. My grandma said, Kahkiyaw kitayanan manito libonjue kimikoyak. Kahkimiat anishanabewa nihiyaw kimikonan kistanan etipimsoyak. And that's where the Crees call us what the Pimsoak means. We're owners of our own destiny. And that's another story again. And the flower beadwork people by the Dakota people. So we've been called many things. When I was a young boy, we have relatives from the Birktail Sioux. Michifs married into the Birktail Sioux, but their understanding and distinction is Dakota. They're Michifs living with the Dakota people, but they didn't go there to change the system of the Dakota people. They went there to live with it, but they still knew their ways. So there's solid people living in Wayway Sakapo that are Michif, married with the, and Kisagawanan in Elphinstone. We have, where there was Michif communities, there were First Nations because we're related. We cannot be indigenous from our European side. We're indigenous from our First Nation side. That's what makes us indigenous. That's how come we come under that Section 35. And the inclusiveness, thankful to Harry Daniels and Jim Sinclair and Louis Riel, the leaders that brought us to where we are, where we can come together as Métis, Michifs, to come and talk about our needs. So when I go to Westmount School, and my little granddaughter is there, Sage, this is her 3rd year, 2 years in preschool, now in kindergarten in Michif language. That's part of reconciliation. That's part of those calls to action. That's what it's all about. And that little girl goes there, she's very vulnerable until we make her solid to know who she is, where she comes from, so she can have those stories, Michif specific stories. That's what we have to have in our schools. You know, we have people come from different countries. They're here not long and they have their own churches and their own schools. The reality is we don't have Michif schools. We borrow institutions and we build within those institutions. We have to have our own, which we had long time ago. Our schools were in our Moshom and Kokom's houses. Our schools were in our aunties' and uncles' houses because we're an oral cultured people. We're not a written cultured people. We're just starting to be. I did, actually, before I did the dictionary, first ever dictionary in Canada, our relatives across the 49 parallel, which we didn't put that boundary there. From Belcourt, North Dakota, Patlin Lavardure and Ida Rose Allard and some of the Keplins, they got involved with a linguist and did the first ever dictionary Michif in the world. But they couldn't call it Michif, just Michif Dictionary, because they're on reservations. They're First Nations in the United States because the government will not recognize Métis or Michifs. So they kind of did like Michifs and snuck it in there. They call it the Chippewa Cree Michif Dictionary. And that's what their reserve is made of, the reservation. There were arguments within the community about what is and what isn't. And same as here. We've had those kind of discussions that sound like arguments, but they're not arguments, they're understanding. And once you build that understanding, then you focus towards what that understanding is. And you could build. So I'm a builder of Michif language and culture, and I've done that for many years now. In 1985, there was the first ever Michif language conference in Manitoba. And that Paul Chartrand, who was a lawyer, he was in charge of that. And there was other people where Yvonne Dumont, who was the president of the Manitoba Métis Federation, he became a lieutenant governor of Manitoba. And that's where that idea, as I could see where it first started, was Michif. From a leader that said, let's do something as Michifs. So the Michifs speak French, but it's our own way of speaking French. C'est le français des Michifs. You know, that's different. C'est pas le vrai français. Le vrai français, the real French is different. But in our Michif language, my uncle, who was a Belgian person, he came right from Belgium, and he said, you know, the way your grandpa speaks like the people from Paris and Normandy. It's old French. So that's our French comes from our ancestors, the voyageurs that came right from France. So we still have that terminology. Because when people speak in Quebec, they speak fast, they speak different, but it's still French. A cat in France and a cat in Canada is their shots. It's still a cat, you know. But the pronunciation is different. And people call it dialects. They called, no, if you have your own language, you can't call that a dialect. It's a language. But something else that's sprung, it can be a dialect of that language. So when I speak French to people from Saint Laurent, Manitoba, on parle français différent nous autres. C'est pas pareil comme les Français de la France ou la Bretagne. Nous autres, on parle différent le français. Nous avons fait notre français nous autres. Nous avons bâti notre français à nous autres mêmes. We built our own French. So that's why people say, because we're Michifs. It's the Michifs that speak French, and it's the Michifs that speak Michif. See? And we have people, there was an elderly lady that came from Isle Lacrosse. She was Mike Maurice's mother. She passed away quite a few years ago at 103 years old. And she said, when I spoke to her, Faye Maurice cooked a whole bunch of neck bones. I never seen neck bones that big. It was like the Flintstones. And she cooked them in the oven. She didn't boil them, but they boil in the oven, but at different heat. And we had another lady that was from Cumberland House, but she'd been adopted as just a little baby. She came there because she was looking now as a mother and just about a grandma to want to know who she is, her identity. So she was invited to come and feast with us. But this lady, she said, I said, oh, Tanshe, kinstohta winche umaga speaks kwean. Ah, tapwe kinstohtaten. Yes, I understand you. Apshishpachkan kipikshkwan. She said, you speak a little different. Now what's mimtagoshi mun kitakwastan? You mix more French, she said. Umaga speakskwain, the way you speak, ikshinistanan kayash kagi pikskwayak. And she mentioned that they came from, before it was Manitoba, before it was Canada. Our people were already there, and that's where the relatives came from. Gikiu katonan mana, she said. We used to visit Maga with Sham wa hiawekse moya iwa gikiu katonan. Maga umaga ki kai shapik shwayan ekshinistanan kayash kai pik shwaya. Maga na wache wa ninihiya wa nane kwa ito. Gitakwastana na wache wa man dot nenan. Ekwa do kiukean. I went to visit in Isle Lacrosse quite a few years ago with Rosemarie McPherson because we were doing language programs. So we went to visit and we were very, very, very welcome. And our host was Max Morn. We visited the Dagnos, there was Morin, and there was so many, McCollum, Gilbert McCollum, Josette. I went to visit them, and that's Tom's brother. And the best hosts in the world. We never met them before, but right away we were made at home. She made some chowder out of white fish, and Ricky was drying fish. And I told them that I had an older mother, and they'd lost their mom. So they said, Kimama ka shamao. Kani mai tanan, where you'll feed your mom, we're going to pack you something. Le poisson. Les bleuets, blueberries. Kador sa mau ista. See, that's that extended family unit. How you keep together. They never knew my mom, but they thought of their mom. So in memory of their mom and dad, they packed a lunch to connect. You see, that's that understanding. It's fine and dandy to argue about what Michif is and what Michif isn't, but let's get ourselves balanced, have a base. If you want to protect whatever you want to protect, go ahead and protect it, but you don't have to argue with me because you say it's different. If you're different, that's fine. That's not what it's all about. It's about connecting. And so we started to build Michif. We didn't know how. In a writing system, in the Moniao world, in mainstream world, in schools, in university, we didn't have to write our language. We had our oral ways for 10,000 years. We didn't have to write it. It was built in memory. That's how it was built. You don't talk to your you don't read to your little baby. You talk to your little baby like my Moshom and Kokum talked to me in Michif. And when my grandmother was delivering us, she talked in Michif. She would say to my mom, Kaya mato. Ah, kame mo e kwa. Tupchube bi pe yao, machanak shu. No, put your energies in your little baby's coming now. You don't have to cry, you know. When the baby's there, cry because you got something you're going to love forever. So that's the connection of our ways. There's so much distinction. So some things that are said in the north might be different than what we say in Michif, but we understand each other. That's what's important, is when you understand each other. So now we said, okay, Belcourt, North Dakota, they have the first dictionary in the world. Okay, Canada, what are we going to do? Because we're the same people, we have the same language, and we never knew that word revitalize and the words that they used, but we said, let's try to understand, what does that mean, revitalization, in our language? Well, chipashpihtaya, to save our language. It's like building your language. So you have to do it culturally, like I said. That's what's important, because like was said this morning, I think it was Samson said, we're saying Tansha, Tansha, we have to be able to say other things than other people. So there's people in this forum that I taught Michif the best I could, because there's no universities for Michif teachers. We have 2 institutions that I know that are Métis specific. Now we have different ways of learning from different provinces, but in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, the Gabriel Dumont Institute and the Louis Riel Institute, and we had a publishing company in Manitoba, Pemmican Publications. But the main reason why the Gabriel Dumont Institute came to be, and those people that were leaders at that time, they were saying we are losing our language. Linguists are saying that our language is endangered. Even endangered species, I was wondering, why are they calling us an endangered species? We're real, we're not a species. So we had to understand the terminology. And in Michif, if I was to tell my grandmother, protecting, yes, you know, but revitalize, and all I could say to my mom when she asked me, Kegoya toshkataman, Kegoya kshanamage, and what are you working on? What are you teaching? And then she didn't understand. She said, "Tane kimaka, kiapich kipik shwanan. Why are you have to do that in schools when we speak it at home? In our communities, when we celebrate, there's still michif there." She didn't understand beyond that. And the linguists, like Peter Bacher, for me is the best linguist that ever came to Canada because he lived with us. He saw that the Michif was Cree and had influence in Soto, and it had French. So he went and not studied, but the Acadians. He was going to see how that would be maybe measured the same as Michif. Then he wanted to know about the Crees because there's Cree dialects, there's N, TH, and Y dialect. And we use the Y dialect. So he went to Prince Albert and lived amongst the Crees, and he was adopted by the Crees. He made a family because he had a passion, and he loved people, and he didn't discriminate. When he heard about our language, he was a little Dutchman. He came from Holland, a little skinny blonde guy. And he was interested. Wow, you mean to say there's a language out there that's made of 2 First Nations and also French, and they made their own? That's never been done anywhere in the world. Some languages that are mixed are called jargons. They're called patois. And this is where they're dialects. But our language met the linguistics because the definition has to meet the requirements of what makes a language. So Michif did. In some others, they borrowed a few French words, but they did not meet the linguistic and the syntax of becoming a language. We did the Michif. That's how it was qualified, through research. And also, our language, Michif, umalalang le Michif kapik shwayan, ekwan makatashtakik linguist, kegache giwanitayak not langinan le Michif. So, we are now on a road, a journey. So our little children, that we leave a legacy. When that little girl, my little granddaughter, and those other little children, like those little kids, Bodie, and we had different children that took the Christie's little boy, they all came together under going to school and learning a language that they didn't have at home. Nobody asked them how to qualify that language. They learned it. So when I went to school, they had elders to visit. I'd go, "Tanse mosum, tanse kukum." You see, they learned and they embraced it. They didn't try to question what was happening. So that's why with little children, that's the best places of the little children. Adults have a lot of questions because a lot of times the adults, they're sidetracked by so many things, you know. So when I did the first ever dictionary in Canada, I copied the way that the Belcourt, North Dakota road was the Roman orthography. You had to find a way of writing it. That was like Lee Patak, we put Lee, L-E-E, like Bruce Lee. And then the linguist said, why don't we do a double vowel system because it's equivalent to First Nation languages. So that's what we made our base on, double vowel system. It wasn't easy to try to write and find a writing system when you never wrote your language ever in your life. You had to now look at the syntax. You had to look at how are you going to qualify your language. Those dictionaries didn't help you if you didn't know the language. because you just seen letters and you wouldn't know how to pronounce. So now what we're saying, and we did it through Gabriel Dumont Institute, Louis Riel Institute, and other places across Canada when we built through Leah Dorian and Wilf Burton and MNBC, when we built those resources. Now we're saying, well, if you're going to pronounce those words properly, then this is how they're pronounced. Otherwise, you're going to have so many, well, I don't know if you want to call them dialects or what, or mispronunciation. But if you want to learn a language like you're learning Chinese, you got to know what Cantonese is, and you got to know the language. If you're going to learn Spanish, and another thing that we have to do and we must do in Canada with Michif, we have to qualify our speakers, otherwise you're sanctioning yourself to be qualified and the teacher. But if you had speakers that would listen to Samson and Dale and different people say, yep, this is a schooling that's qualified by the Michif speakers, and you're now in beginners. Now you're in advance. We give you certification. And the first thing you know, like I've been building, which we're not finished yet, but it's called Michif Language Certification Certificate. So now what we'd like to do is have maybe 12 people that went either through SUNTEP or people that have a passion for Michif. And if we could find money for 2 years where they're on sabbatical, where they could just learn Michif studies and get qualified and graduated as a Michif speaker and a teacher, now you're meeting requirements. We're not trying to mimic the other system, but we have to build our own system, is what we have to do. It's like we got a lot of resources now. And what we never did is taken an inventory of what resources we built across Canada. We shouldn't be reinventing the wheel. Let's take an inventory of what's in GDI, what's in MNBC, what's in Alberta, and what they're building, and what do we have? Okay, now we don't have this. Okay, we'll design it, we'll plan it, we'll have a process, and we'll have what we need and what we think we need. We have a good, strong working group, Métis Nation Saskatchewan, very strong, young people that want to learn, they're trying, and they have that passion. You have them in BC. I know the people. That's what we have to work with. But we can also help those other ones that want to, they need help to build. I'll see some people that speaking le Michif, le français des Michif, that's being built in Saint Laurent, Manitoba as we speak. And they have APTN, they're telling their stories and fishing and hunting, and it's all in Michif. So there's things happening out there. It's been happening for a while. Actually, people have had that love for wanting to learn. So it's same thing as what we do, our ceremonies, rites of passage. We have that. When I first killed my first rabbit, I hung snares. And I had a little 22, I picked stumps for my uncle. He gave me a 22 all summer. I called that gun Old Stump. And that's because that's where I earned that gun, by working. So my grandmother said, oh, kinipahawe and yev. And some people call it wapus, we call it an yev. Kawi kanan, we're going to invite. Kapewi tushpamigwak, they'll come and eat with you. Emachi enekwa. Now you're a hunter. You see, so we had rites of passage for both male, female. The female did their thing through my grandma. The male did things with our grandfather. But our kokum was a medicine woman, and I'd go digging medicines with her. She had a gun also. She had that gun since She was a little girl. Her godfather said, if you could knock that woodpecker down there, I'll give you this gun. So you have to prove all the time. And she did. And she got a gun. And she was always a hunter. When we used to go trapping, we used to go stooking, we used to go threshing. She would go hunting. That was our food, was partridge or rabbit or a deer. And we had lipatak, potatoes or whatever, wild turnips. We lived off the land. We had no stores. There's no 7-Eleven in those days or corner stores. When you went to town, because you provided everything for yourself, you had a list, baking powder and tea and salt and shells and snares. The rest you had at home. You had your own garden, you picked berries, you canned, you made your own jam, you had a cellar, a root cellar, you had cows, you milked, we had a few cows, we had horses. So we had a good life. But you know what? We have to embrace all of that. We have to embrace all of those. So when I sit here, I'm very honored, but I also talk about who were my leaders? Who were my teachers? We had teachers. They weren't called teachers, but they were our teachers. Are we just about there, my friend? Okay, Shimarsi, you see, I can go on forever and ever, but when we talk about ourselves and our people and we're proud, we can move forward forever. But this is not the end. This is the beginning, and I'm very thankful for MNC and all those people that have brought us together, and my good friend here, Marilyn. Shimarsi, thank you, everybody.
I want to ask Norman to comment on something that was raised earlier that I think is a really important question, and that is the evolution of the language. So that we've got, what's TikTok in Michif? How do we add these new words? How do we expand our vocabulary with the new words?
Well, in those new words, this is where we have to, we can say TikTok for me comes from a clock, you know? So we could say, talking like a clock, or, like, so, and there's different ways we can utilize so we can understand those words, right? So it's adaptable. Some of it is, you can translate it, transcribe, but some you can't. This is where you have to visit within your own vocabulary to describe it. So when we're talking about dictionaries, those people, those two elderly people that never ever did that ever in the world in our language, they had to really think, because they were protecting their language, they were revitalizing their language, respecting our language, and make sure that the spiritual side of it was never lost.
That's a good answer. Yeah. Thank you, Norman. Here's a little gift. I'll bring this to your table, but I'll just show you. Okay. Yeah, I'll bring that to you. Okay. Okay, one more round of applause for our elder Norman Fleury and giving us a good visit. A good visit. Thank you. Okay, we're going to invite Saskatchewan M&S up here, and there's a team, it looks like, coming. So come on up, and we'll move into the next presentation. And then after this presentation, we'll take a little break. So let's hear what Saskatchewan's been up to and some of the things that they want to teach us. And who's starting off? Beautiful. Oh, yeah, you can go there.
I gave them into my PowerPoint.
So I'm going to look for the PowerPoint here, but I'm not very good at this, so let's see. We'll end this show, and we'll see if it's in here. Maybe it's here. That's not it. Let's do this. Let's do this. It's here somewhere. We just have to find it. Sharing Michif? Is it sharing Michif?
No.
Daniel, is Daniel in the room? Daniel, do you have their slide presentation? It was given to M&C. Andrea.
Well, I don't need a PowerPoint, I'm just introducing myself. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go quickly walk over there.
Tanse, nananas kumon, marsi, nituan, kahkyo, kiawao, and it's been, what word should I use? Um, it feels as if something has woken up in me with the language, because I haven't been teaching it for the past 2 years. And I feel an energy coming from the room and from these few days. So I have a cheat sheet here. So I'll introduce Laura Bernoff, Nasihkason, Boval Kaginihtawagian, Magayas Laranjigwa Nuigan. I grew up in Beauval country, and Beauval close to Alacross, Tige, Alacross, Sakitawak. And it's kind of hard to see here with my reminders. I went into education. I was a bookworm for many, many years. I mean, since I was a little girl. And so I've been in education since 1980 or 79, I think, when I went to university. And so I haven't left the education field since then, so it's been over 40 years. And I'd like to acknowledge some of the people that have brought me here as well. Elder Tom McCollum was the one that challenged me a bit when we were taking our Native Studies courses back in the 80s, and some more of you that are here. Why I'm here introducing the Métis Nation Saskatchewan is 2 years ago, I was elected into the political position of Northern Region 1 Area Director. And I'm not a politician. As you know, I've been in education for that many years. But I just had the desire to help the people. And so for the past 2 years, that's what I've been doing up in La Ronge. But shortly after I was elected in 2021, I was appointed to be the Minister of the Language. So that's my position now with the Métis Nation, is working with the Métis Nation team. It was back in 1999 when I realized the dire conditions of the language when I went to Arizona. I went to the Aldi program there for 4 weeks. And when I witnessed people crying and sobbing for their language, I realized when I got home that we were heading that way too. So right away I started the, well, not me alone, there was a team of us that started the Northern Cree Retention Committee. And that's where we started to do projects, and language festivals was one of the popular ones among the schools. So after that, I wanted to continue. So then I went into the CILDI program in Edmonton, Canadian Indigenous Languages and Literacy Development Institute. I still remember all those names. So then I went to school every summer for about 3-4 years, and then got my master's there. And then in 2016, I wanted to learn more because I had been teaching Indigenous language, Cree language, for so many years by then, from 1995 to 2016. And I felt that I didn't get ahead with my class as much as I wanted to. So then I studied how can I advance these students that are taking through Cree 100 for 40 hours, or maybe it was 32 hours, to a degree, to a state where they at least know how to do basic conversation. So that is what I studied, and I did a 16-week course, and then there's lots of revisions from then, because when you make up your curriculum, there's lots of changes you have to do. So that's what I did, and then taught for another 2 years, and then here I am basically. What else did I want to say? Oh yeah, one of my dreams is to have a university with Michif language, and to train those that are fluent or semi-fluent into being language teachers. Because when I first began in 1995, I had no idea how to teach the language. I would give them 10 or 20 words and then tell them you'll have a quiz the next day and expect them to know those words. But now I know that you have to do the word 100 times, you have to show pictures, you have to do the task-based learning, TPR, image-based. I studied all that. And when I say I studied and researched, it wasn't anything new. It was things that we did from 500 years ago to learn other languages that our people did. A lot of sign language, a lot of images, a lot of body movements. So it was just put into paper, and I was just able to organize it that way. So now I'd like to, let's see. So we're starting to work on the language initiative, and our manager, Christy Ross, will be explaining all that. And I'd like to really thank all the team, the Nanas Kumitan. They're sitting at the back. Christy will introduce them. Because just a year ago, we started our strategic planning, short-term and long-term. So for the next little while, I'll be involved with that position. And my other passion, of course, is grammar, SRO. So I'm a little bit partial to that, and I know there's a lot of views on that. So there'll be challenges, which direction to take. Another direction from our ministry is to hold a conference, a language conference, so I hope to be part of that too. And thank you to our director that was just here as well. Daryl, he started a few months ago. So looking forward to, oh, there he is, Daryl Basluk. Yeah, looking forward to working with him. And my job basically is mostly listening and guiding, giving reflections. So I find I have an easy job. So thank you all, and then they have they'll be presenting now.
All right. Are we talking on this one or this one? I don't know which one they can hear me. Can you hear me on this one? Okay. Perfect. Well, good afternoon. My name is Christy Ross. I currently lead our culture, heritage, language, and veterans portfolios. I always tell my team that I have one of the most fun jobs. We have some really cool projects that we get to work on, and I also have a really great team that is super excited, and they really push the work that we're doing. So.
Tanchikilo, read the Shnich Kashwan. Moya Michifnia, Maga Mafam, Pina Chitfi, ni Michifwiawao. My name's Reed. I myself am not Michif, but my wife and our little daughter are. Ekushi, Machi Kishketen, Tanchishi, Epikishkwean, Lalang, the Mafam Saparanti. So that's why, as a linguist myself, I love language, and I feel it's very important to be working towards this, as I have family now who are Michif, and it's so important. So yeah, we're going to talk about some of the initiatives that we've been working on with our lovely team who's sitting over in the back corner there. That's the MNS corner. So yeah, wah wah, you guys look good.
Technology is not my friend today. Do you want to? All right. Like I said, our team did start in January 2023. I didn't get staff until May and July of 2023. So we have a small but very mighty team that is very passionate about the work they get to do. Our Chief Operating Officer, Matt Vermette, you met Minister of our Language, Laura Burnoff, Director of Education, Daryl Basilak, myself. We work with our M&S Elder, Language Keeper, Elder Norman Fleury. We have Cultural and Language Coordinators, Nicole, Erica, Riel, and Reed, as well as we have Culture and Language Resource Developers, Victoria and Julia. We have a Culture and Language Curriculum Developer, Danielle. Some program support. We have two beautiful students that are on our team. They're our language revitalization support, Emma and Zach. I wish they could be here today to learn, but unfortunately they are in school. But I always like to give credit to where it's due. Those students drive our work, and they're the reason why we're in this job right now. How did you make it work? So our language is key. It represents everything we do at Métis Nation Saskatchewan. We believe our culture, identity, values, and language guide all the work we do across our government. We believe in having a voice. We believe in making sure that all of our language keepers, as well as our elders, are heard, as well as our youth. Ooh, we're going way too fast here. As Elder Fleury always says, our children are our future, and that is what's really guiding our work right now. I have 3 Métis boys at home, and they're so passionate about being Métis. They walk into school, they question their educators, they ask where their mushroom is all the time. So it's just really passionate to see that our children are going to be standing up here in 20, 30 years from now, and they're going to be the ones that are fighting for the work that we're doing. My apologies.
So I just wanted to explain the picture that you can see here. So this was on National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This is just outside of our office in Saskatoon. So we just wanted to, of course, not only show that what M&S is doing in the community, but also including Michif in what we're doing, right? And so that's part of the capacity that we're building. So you can see, of course, we have Every Child Matters, and there are handprints. All of the staff are out there putting handprints on the sidewalk, and then having the Michif there in the center of the sidewalk, Kachiao les enfants, a Kishawak, right? Every child counts. Every child deserves to be considered, right? And so this is part of an effort to normalize the language and bring it into public spaces.
So we worked really hard on this vision with our minister, our CEO, our president, and Elder Fleury. So we believe that the Michif language is revitalized and actively used and embraced by current and future generations of Métis people. Wanna go with your mission?
So to follow up with our vision, we have the mission. Our mission is to work in Mamoa Toskewin. This was a beautiful word provided by our minister, Minister Burnoff. So you can translate it as unity, or really, I guess, working together, right? So with our language keepers, elders, Métis citizens, to preserve, promote, protect, and revitalize the Michif languages.
So these are what really guides our work. We have 5 main goals that we really focus on when we're creating our strategic plan and our work plan. So goal number 1 is the Ministry of Language has the capacity needed to achieve language preservation and revitalization goals and objectives. Goal number 2, the Michif language is preserved through documentation and development of resources. As you can tell, that's why we have resource developers and curriculum developers on our team. Goal number 3, Heritage Michif is a language that is integrated into daily lives of the Métis people of Saskatchewan. Goal number 4, language programs and resources provide opportunities to learn, experience, and acquire the Michif language at all levels. It does not matter if you're a child, an elder, a family member, or a parent. We want everyone to have the opportunity to learn. And our goal number 5 is Michif language learning opportunities are accessible to all Métis people. Doesn't matter if you're in Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC, we are always wanting to work together, as we are a strong believer as This work is going to be done by the homeland and not just by one province. So currently, like I said, we created our team as of May 2023. We are very fortunate to collaborate with our early learning department to offer 17 early learning and language programs across Saskatchewan. We have 17 schools participate yearly on this language program where they immerse our young pre-K and kindergarten children into the Michif language. We have several different languages that they're focusing on. We have French Michif, we have Heritage Michif, Northern Michif, as well as we incorporated Korean Dene. Our main focus at Métis Nation is revitalizing Heritage Michif, but we're also working on hoping to have more funding to support the other languages as well. We've developed a Michif realization report. Reed worked hours. This was his first task when he came and joined my team in May, is how to develop this. How can we revitalize the language? What do we focus on? We've implemented Heritage Michif into our office. We've developed language cards for staff and citizens. As you can tell, my staff handed these out, so we're trying small phrases to be able to incorporate into our office. All staff carry around these cards. It helps us to start introducing the language so people can get familiarized with it. We had, back to Batosh, we had language sense in Northern and Heritage. We've implemented language into National Indigenous Day, as well as our Métis Gathering website. Which is you, my friend.
So the Métis Gathering website, this is, I guess, one of the websites of Métis Nation Saskatchewan, and it's the apolitical side of what we do, right? It's about the language and the culture, and so, and until very recently, it was kind of sitting dormant. There was some resources and things on there, but it was kind of dormant. But now that we have the capacity, having put together a team and everything, we're going to start adding more resources on there. Of course, things like flashcards or Michif word of the day, just lots of things, updating some learning packages, and yes, our resource and curriculum developers, this is going to be what we hope like a storehouse for Michif documentation and learning resources.
Like I said, another way we implement Michif into the office is Reed has placed posters. Everywhere you can look, you come into the door, there's posters put up. I know this isn't the way to revitalize the language, but it's one step that we're showing the language in our office. We want to make sure all our staff, does not matter if you're Indigenous, non-Indigenous, Métis, we want you seeing the language, and that is one key point where Reed has really worked hard on putting this up.
And I just want to thank, as so many other people have here over the last day and a half, to thank Norman Fleury for being one of my teachers, yeah, without him, I, wouldn't have been able to continue on this learning journey, and so I just want to thank him. And yeah, this is something that he and I have done this kind of thing together before, so of course it's one thing if you see the language written, but, as Norman said, it's traditionally an oral culture, and maybe, it is more important to really focus on the oral aspect of it, and so it's not good enough to just see the words, right? So we have this QR code here, and hopefully, if people are curious, even if they're visitors, like Christy said, they might not even be Métis, but if they get curious, they can scan the QR code and then hear these phrases, right? So the language comes alive, and so just even, it's a small piece of the puzzle, but it's the little things that make up the big things, I guess.
So like I said, this is one of the language cards that we have put out with our staff and our citizens. Reed and the team have worked on the in-house banter. They have different phrases that they're talking to each other. Wah wah is one of our favorite phrases. You hear in my office constantly. And the most important here I want to say is that it doesn't matter if you say the word wrong. Our staff are there to encourage you, and they're making sure that you feel accepted and that we can promote the language even more. All All right, so we collaborate with other ministries and departments with MNS. We work closely with our health department, environment department, our storytelling and content services. We have been a key player, making sure that language is introduced to all departments. We've developed language pamphlets, which you'll see in a couple minutes here. In collaboration, we've hosted 3 early learning childcare and language conferences. My team has put together breakout sessions at these conferences to help you learn about the Métis culture as well as the language. We have introduced Michif 101 lessons to our staff. So Reed, Elder Fleury, we are very fortunate that we can have the practice constantly in the office. Every week we try to do a lesson, and then we try to incorporate that lesson throughout the week so that we can start being the eyes and the ears in the office. If they see us doing it, more people will gravitate to it. We have development of a curriculum and resource plan. We support the development of our newly developed Real Scouts curriculum and workbooks, and we support Michif camps at Batoche.
So what you see here, for those of you who were at Back to Batoche Days this year, if you happened to stop by the language tents, you would have seen these. This was a kind of a project. It was a collaboration between myself and Norman and Minister Burnoff as well. So we had a Northern Michif pamphlet as well, and it's just, again, to give more exposure to people, whether they're Michif or not, to this language, you know, so that they're seeing it and it's normalizing the language. And just bringing that acceptance. And so, yeah, just trying to encourage them to say, oh, instead of saying hello or good morning, right, you can say, hey, tanchikia anush, and just giving that to them, right? And so this year it was just the written language, right? But what I'm hoping for next year's iteration, maybe we can have, as I had with those posters, QR codes so that if you want to practice with your friends or your family, you know, you can scan that QR code and then you can hear Norman speaking or you can hear Minister Burnoff saying these phrases. Again, just bringing the language alive for people, especially in a place like Batoche that is so significant in the history of Métis people.
All right, where are we headed for 24-25? We are beginning an in-house beginner Michif for staff with an M&S. Starting next year, we will be hosting lunch and learns for our staff, which then eventually move out to citizens and then out to our locals. We're assessing language mortality resources and the need provincially wide. Development of a language and cultural advisory panel. We are not experts, so we want to lean on our experts and we want to make sure that we're bringing them in and we're making sure that we're vetting everything properly. We're preserving the language through documentation and development of resources, as well as some engaging locals. We're revitalizing the Métis Gathering website. Like Reed said, it kind of sat for a little while, but now our team is taking the initiative to make sure that we are promoting our language through that website. We're creating a comprehensive language resource and Indigenous language curriculum review. My team works tirelessly hours. They're looking through all curriculums. They're trying to partner and take as many courses as they can to see what can we do, how can we develop more. Knowledge, language keeper, and elder sharing circle at Back to Batoche. We want to make sure that we're hearing across the homeland what people are wanting and what our elders, our language keepers and knowledge people want to see. We're supporting the development of a Michif Media Arts with M&S Wandering Métis Jason McKay. That's just creating a podcast as well as some YouTube channels so that people can go online, they can get the language, they can meet with our people. We're developing dual language policies within MNS. Any policy that we put out, protocol, we are wanting to make sure that it's in English as well as Heritage Michif. As long as we're seeing it, we know people will start learning it. No. Again, we're wanting to establish an award system. We know that people will push to revitalizing language as long as there's something there to push them to do it. We're establishing a library resource space in our Malfamie buildings across Saskatchewan. Like I said, we have a wellness through culture and language podcast that will eventually be coming out hopefully in the new year. In collaboration with Elder Fleury and other partners, we'll be creating a Michif teacher certification program. Developing community Michif lessons in our libraries. We want to do some nature walks within our environment team as well as our classrooms. Developing a language fluency scale and then create enhanced partnerships to share knowledge and best practices. None of us can do this alone. We're here as a team. We need to make sure that we work as a team so that we can keep pushing our language and making sure it's revitalized. Do you have anything else to say? All right, well, that's all for our presentation today. If there's any questions, I'm just in the back. If you want to come see me in the back, you can come ask me the question. Again, we really appreciate it. And we did put some coloring books on your tables. Please take them back, photocopy, use them. It's just one way that we've been bringing the language into early learning as well. Thank you.
Merci, Nanaskoman. That was great. We've got an idea now what Saskatchewan's up to. So we had a lot of bread for lunch, and it makes you sleepy and tired and gets those sugars going, and you need to shake your sillies out. So I would invite you now to take a break, get some water, have a little snack, because you don't eat enough at a conference, and then come on back, and we'll hear from Alberta. So if Otipemisiwak government can come and get there, if you need a PowerPoint put up, I'd invite you to do that now. And so 15 minutes.
Down the road, that's where I'll always be. Every stop I make,
Jason up to run us through some work that the Otipemisiwak government is working on. You know, when you go to an East Indian restaurant and you order chai tea, the waiter always says, chai is tea. So you just have to say, I'd have some chai, please. So every time I see Otipemisiwak Métis, I think Otipemisiwak is what you say Métis in Michif, so it feels like I'm saying Otipemisiwak, Otipemisiwak. So I just say Otipemisiwak government. So come on up and have some chai tea. And we'll give Jason a hand as being the last speaker of the day. Thank you very much for rounding us off today, and welcome up to the podium. Come on, guys, get your enthusiasm going. Wave your hands in the air. Jason, woo! Oh, we got, okay.
Tanchekio, everyone. It's so good to see everyone, be in person. I'm not a Michif speaker, so I'm learning a lot today. The one thing I wanted to say was when we were doing those exercises about a word that you know. Well, first I should say, my name is Tyler Fetch. I'm the Director of Intergovernmental Relations with the Métis Nation of Alberta, or the Otipemisiwak Métis government of the Métis Nation within Alberta. Yes, the short title. We're doing those exercises, and I remember from yesterday talking about little people, right, learning words. And when I was in grade 3 or 4, I grew up in Prince Albert, in the west side. It's surrounded is all Métis people. And I go to school, and there's a teacher aide there, Mrs. Smith, and she's a Métis woman. We didn't talk about it, it just was. But we would always bring work up to her, and she would help us through our work and everything. And all the time, because we're kids and we're silly, she would always say one thing to us. And it was always, Abba, all the time. That's my Métis word. I'll never forget it. To this day, I can see her. You'd bring it up, and you would hear her say, Abba. So I just wanted to start off with like a kind of a backgrounder on what we've been doing. You know, it's kind of always been disjointed work. You know, Rupert's Land has been doing some wonderful work. We had our Child and Family Services had done some languages work. You know, and in our programs, we try to infuse culture and language because there's no dedicated funding to support culture. Aside from a little bit we can take from this or that, but we wanted a culture and languages department. And the opportunity came up through the Indigenous Languages legislation, the Act. And we thought, well, this would be, because you can't separate culture and language. Language holds culture, transmits culture, shares culture, ideology, all of those things we've been talking about over the last 2 days. So we saw this, the opportunity came. I'm the guy that sits at the table and tries to fight for long-term funding, a subaccord, or the things that get us the long-term commitments so that we can plan the way we need to plan to do what we need to do for our people. And it's that self-determination. That's my role, is to push self-determination. So we got a commitment from Canada. We got a 5-year agreement. I reached out and said, I got to hire somebody to do this languages work. And a colleague in which was Region 3, so the Calgary area in South, says, you know, we had this guy doing work in our region, and he's really awesome. You should talk to him. So I reached out, and we met at Batosh, and we chatted about some of the stuff he's been doing, and it was awesome. So I asked him if he wanted to come and run our languages programs, because we needed somebody to do that. If those of you who know me will know, if you sit at any other table, I'm probably there. So I'm just a really busy guy trying to, like I said, push that self-determination, make sure that we're recognized and we're getting the recognition as Métis people at these tables so that we can do what we need to do. So I needed somebody to do that. So, you know, I hired this gentleman right here, his name is Mike Parks. He's our manager of initiative activities for the Métis Nation of Alberta, or the Otipemisiwak Métis government. And, you know, he's been slogging away for a long time. About a month? About a month. Yeah, yeah. So, and so he's going to tell you a bit more about what we're thinking, or you know, what we're doing. But hopefully a big part of it is just bringing all of those things that everybody was doing together and trying to build something bigger and better and really do justice to what people have been asking for so long. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Mr. Mike Parks.
Thank you for that, Tyler. You're very kind. So yeah, before I started working for the Métis government in the Edmonton office, I was doing it in Calgary here for Region 3. And I think what may have attracted Tyler to me is the idea of language and culture and how they're intertwined. I was writing grants for Region 3 with the idea of, if we're doing something with language, it has to involve families and it has to involve some form of culture. So we did Calgary Zoo Days, and I made a bunch of zoo animal cards and did a scavenger hunt at the zoo. Everything was in Michif. And families had a good time with that. We did a Royal Tyrrell Museum Day, it's like a dinosaur museum. Full day there, paid for 200 families to go. Again, just involving families and trying to involve a new way of our culture. It doesn't always have to be in the past, right? We can have family events that involve culture and languages. But then I also tapped over there, Marie Schoenthal and Amy, to do language classes. We did 2 language classes for about 6 months. They were very well received, and we also got a lot of good feedback on that, on how we can plan for the future, because the good thing about this new funding agreement is now we can plan ahead. As you all know, before doing it year by year, it just wasn't that functional. So yeah, as Tyler alluded to, this language team includes just me. That's it. So it's a little lonely. Can be very busy, but I am supported by Tyler. I'm also supported by Wyatt, he's sitting over there, and by Lisa in the back at Rupert's Land. I'm really thankful for all your guys' support. I'd also like to thank all the elders who are here today and who've come from all over Canada to be here and listen to us speak. And it's not that often that all of us are in a room together, all these elders and all us Michif language programmers. It's a really rare opportunity that I want to ensure we're utilizing to the fullest. Therefore, I decided, like yesterday, to change my presentation, and I'm going to shorten it a lot and open it up to kind of a forum style of questions. I want some more collaboration going here. So I want to hear from our elders on how we can move forward together. What would you like to see in a national Michif plan? I want to hear from my counterparts in the other Métis governments on ideas of how we can collaborate together, how we can best use our funding collectively and kind of maximize the dollars that we're getting. But first, let's breeze through this presentation. I think this button. Yep, all right. So, oh, Lisa, can you hand out my maps, please? Thank you. So I'm an artist. I like to make things. I'm a very visual learner. That's how I understand things. So when they asked me to kind of put together a language plan, I started to see it as the wheel of a Red River cart, and that the OMG government, the MNA, we're kind of like the center of the wheel, and that we have different spokes going out that kind of support our initiatives. I see the new language funding agreement kind of in 2 ways. So the business side of me sees it, well, we need to ensure some sustainability in our programming. We can't rely on this funding being here for like now till forever. We don't know what could happen in 5, 7 years. Things could change and we don't have the funding at all, or maybe a reduced funding. So hopefully we can do something in our programming that creates some organic sustainability and allows the Michif language learning and teaching to continue on its own. We also need to figure out ways to stretch our dollars to kind of maximize that funding. On the community side, I see 4 pillars. 1, we need to support our elders. We need support institutional education, community development, and small business development. So the first spoke of my wheel. And I learned this word today. So chikskiatamik, or to know something. This to me is institutionalized education, which is a lot what Rupert's Land Institution does. We're working together to create a program that produces certified Michif speakers. So a course a teacher can take or an educator can take, learn Michif. Your final test is maybe you're speaking with Marie, maybe you're speaking to Susan or Norm, completely in Michif. They have to approve that, yes, this person knows Michif, I approve them. Then they, as a certified Michif speaker, could go out and teach that language, and hopefully maybe they can do that within the MNA, but also on their own. It's also working with RLI to bring Michif into daycares, into preschools, into any kind of early childhood education, commissioning educational resources, and also this spring we're running our first Michif course in the University of Alberta in Edmonton. The next spoke of my wheel is Michif Famille, community development as I see it. So to me, this is working with our district leaders to empower communities to create programming that works best in that area. As kind of what's been said before, there is no silver bullet that solves everything. So we kind of need to create the space for communities to come up with their own initiatives, and us as the main government help support that. Ensuring each district has the space for Michif community centers, just providing that area for people to come, learn Michif, to learn how to cook, crafting, just to be involved in the community. Those spaces need to be there. Oh yeah. Next spoke, Mesh Kutuna. So this is my small business support. I already mentioned commissioning educational resources. Anything that we do in that regard hopefully should go through Métis-owned businesses, small entrepreneurial teams. They can work with us, and hopefully through working with us, they get more opportunities after the fact. They get recognized for their work, and then maybe they can continue on and growing their business, and that creates that organic sustainability. And the digital repository, which has been mentioned a few times before, I'm very happy about. I would love to work with the different provinces on collaborating on all the stuff that's been made in the past, so we can kind of ensure that we're not making the same Tanishy course again, right? We kind of pool our resources, know what we have, and then kind of build from there. My final spoke in the wheel is kind of my favorite one. Miota Nukum, happy grandma. So for me, this is kind of like a family nod. I don't know about you guys, but in my household, if grandma wasn't happy, grandpa wasn't happy. And if grandpa thought he was happy, he would soon find out that he wasn't going to be. Having a happy grandma is a happy household. And what I like about this is I don't see this as having set specified goals. To me, maybe the goal here is you just provide a space for our elders to be Michif. The elders here today have gone through a lot just to be here. I feel privileged, not having to, one, go through everything that they went through, but also I have a 4-month-old baby at home, and I don't have to worry about teaching her Michif. I'm encouraged by this large group of people for her to be Michif. Our elders didn't have that. So we need to provide spaces for our elders just to be Michif. If we can provide that space, then maybe others can come, youth can come and be immersed in Michif. They see Michif, you know what I mean? We have elders there just, maybe that's one night they're just playing cards. Another night they're having tea. They're just kind of hanging out, speaking the language, just being. To me, this could be part of the healing, creating intergenerational resilience. So we all know everyone has to face the trauma that has happened and why we have language revitalization. I would like to have a kind of something positive to look forward to, something positive to move forward to. And to me, that is the intergenerational resilience that you could have in these spaces. All together, they create the wheel of the Red River cart. You might be able to see there's a vine connecting the whole thing. And to me, these 4 parts aren't individual amongst themselves. Everything we do under one of these kind of collaborates or connects with the other one. So I have 2 examples of projects that I hope kind of show how one project can hit all four boxes. So this is a cookbook, but I don't see the goal here being the cookbook. Really, it's a vehicle for language and culture learning. So we invite elders, Nookums, to come with their favorite recipes, and we invite them across all the districts or all the communities across Alberta. They come to these community centers, share their recipes, but also we invite other members of the Métis community to come and learn how to cook. We record those willing, how they make the recipe. So we record somebody making hamburger soup, and we record them in Southern Michif, Northern Michif, French Michif. We put a QR code on each page. So now, later on, someone's at home has this book, wants to learn how to make hamburger soup, they can scan the QR code, and they see somebody cooking this meal in Michif with English subtitles, not English audio. So therefore, you are learning the language, you're seeing the culture, you're involving elders. If we work with local artists to create all the arts and graphics for the books and the print shops, well, then you're supporting local Métis businesses. So in an ideal world, I hope this kind of all works out nicely. The next one is Michif trails. So if you think of like rest stops or hiking trails, they usually have a big wooden signpost that has information on like that hike. Well, what if we had something like that for historical places throughout Alberta? So in this quick map I made, Cypress Hills, Medicine Hat, Lethbridge, Fort Macleod, High River, Calgary, Drumheller, they all have sites that have historical Métis significance. Some of them are Métis communities, and some are like a family farm or a family ranch. I would like it where we encourage people to go through a trail, learn at each signpost the history of that area, if we have any photos to show that, or a digital reconstruction of what that area looked like, maybe also a QR code so you can kind of see that digital area on your phone more in 3D. We encourage each district or community to come up with a Michif theme for each signpost, and then we create a challenge or a reward for people of who can go through all of the signposts in a year. I just did Southern Alberta here, but this would be for like the whole province. Just something we can do to really engage the whole community and also engage people who aren't Métis. Going around across Canada, we're kind of sometimes the hidden people. There's lots about First Nations, which is awesome, but we should also have lots about us. So all together, I see everything intertwining nicely and beautifully. And I think that if all these programs do work together, that we can then create a strong Michif in our province, thereby moving forward together. So that's me breezing through my presentation because I would rather ask you guys some questions on our national plan for Michif. I really want to know, it's either from our provincial counterparts or from our elders, how can Métis governments work together? How do we bring Michif into schools? Thinking Michif first, which I know I can't do. How do we speak the language properly and bringing that into the current school structure? Because I know those two always don't fit together nicely. But please go ahead.
Hi, so Tanya Glab, Métis Nation of Ontario. So first of all, thank you so much for your presentation and the visuals. We so appreciate hearing and learning from one another. And although I do think in your question there might be three parts to it there.
Yeah, probably.
There's one part that resonated with me a lot, and it's that idea of how do we move together and continue to build that national strategy. And for me, it's really about consulting with one another. So, if I were to speak on Alberta, for instance, I would not have that lived experience, and I don't think I'd have the knowledge necessary. And so, all of us respectfully, when we work together to build that national strategy, it's about ensuring that when we're telling and supporting the other provinces and trying to maybe share some of the experiences around languages of the other provinces, that we are
consulting and speaking with the other provinces in order to do that. I think that that's really a key starting point for us, and I'd like to see that with our colleagues and governing members. So, and that would go for anything from resource development to, we talk about people being, sort of hidden, and then Métis people haven't been hidden, right?
Yeah.
And we want to support each other and come out with those stories. So as governing members, creating opportunities for one another to share who we are and those stories in a safe and supported environment, so that when we do go to speak, publicly, we've got the accurate information to do so.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
So like at a beginning stage to that could be us just meeting virtually, the different language directors or language managers of the provinces talking, keeping up with each other as a starting point.
Hey.
Hey.
So in speaking with some of the people working in Saskatchewan and Alberta, and I myself am from BC, it sounds like there's a commitment to both the northern and southern Michif work. So, and knowing what I know from some people that have done this in the past, like the First Peoples Cultural Council and other Indigenous language revitalization entities, I know that there are best practices. And so if it's Southern Michif or Northern Michif, I think it's going to be the same best practices work. And I think that it would absolutely strengthen what we're doing across all those provinces to be doing it together. We heard from another presentation that one of the determinants of health was connection to language and culture. So I would argue that the success of all of us adds to the health of all of us. So I think when it comes to looking at the next language speakers, the next language teachers, I would love to see a mixed cohort. And I think that it sounds like Saskatchewan has some plans on doing some certification for those speakers. And I just heard you speak about that in Alberta. I know we're talking about that in BC. So I'd love to see mixed cohorts, because I think if those people can learn together and form those relationships, it'll be easier to collaborate in revitalizing our language, whether it's Southern Michif collaboration, Northern Michif collaboration. But I also really feel very strongly that documentation. Our time is closing with a lot of our remaining speakers. And I think that that is the base work that will help create resources in the future. And I'd love to see, I know that everyone will have different priorities, whether it's making sure that there's signage in hospitals so that people feel welcome when they come there, or whether it's in daycares or this or that. So even if different Métis governments start on this as their priorities, then sharing what they've done so that others can then use it. We all benefit by sharing those resources. So collaboration, documentation, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it just kind of made me think of like a national cohort of elders that are going through the provinces teaching, we'll say, the first cohort of Michif instructors in each province. Something like that, maybe. Please.
Hey. I guess some of the main things that come to mind is that a number of years back, I was a school board director of a school, and the government asked me what I was going to do to teach the local First Nations language in that school. And I said I wasn't. And they said, why? He says, because we don't have enough elders to do the work that's already needs to be done. And if I were to take one of those elders and put them in my school, I would be destroying our potential for actually getting stuff done.
Yeah.
So I mean, different languages are in different situations,
yeah.
But it is very important to say what are our priorities with the resources that we have and the jobs that we have to get done. Now, when it comes to putting the language into schools, I think it's very, very important But it's also important to realize that I don't know about the statistics in Alberta, but I can tell you that in the past 25 years, no speaker of any language has come out of a school in British Columbia. And that means, that's just a fact that 1 or 2 hours a week spread out over 12 years works out to be about 800 hours if somebody never misses a class. And usually a dedicated learner will get that in their first year and be paying attention. So I mean, there's a reality that you're not going to be having learners come out of the schools, but then the goal is not to produce learners out of the school. The goal is always to produce people who feel a strong connection to the language and to their culture, and ideally have that based in a knowledge of enough of the language that they then feel empowered to go on their own and access resources, which hopefully will be resources that the elders that we have left are producing in conjunction with people who are familiar with intermediate to advanced kind of language teaching, so they have the capacity to do that. So that's basically what I want to say. And then as province to province, no, I forget that.
Yeah, no, I like that though as like the base, the first step for having people or having youth come, I guess, into, we'll say, the Michif language. I do agree with you thinking about my own experience in high school. I took French and German. When my wife is German, and I tried to speak to her in German, and that went horribly wrong because I didn't really pay attention, as most teenagers probably don't, right? But if, the goal of having Michif in schools is to have Métis kids feel comfortable with their culture, but also encourage others to, oh, this is an option. I can learn about Métis. I can learn Michif. To me, kind of Canadian history. I think that's a really good positive first step. And the first fishing hook to get them in.
I should say, I don't think it's impossible to come out conversational in a language, because I keep on trying to do it, and I keep on getting closer and seeing ways to do it, but it takes an awful lot of time to get the resources that work. It's going to take decades of people knowing what they're doing and having some success and being able to modify it. And it's very hard to do that when you don't have a cohort of teachers in a single place. And that would be my second comment, is that the idea of having a cohort is really important, because there are very few teachers that I know anywhere in Canada who are language teachers who have adequate collaboration with other teachers. So even with the First Peoples Cultural Council in British Columbia having 1 or 2 large conventions a year, you really get together and you learn a couple of things. And the idea of, there's a word, professional learning community, PLCs, for language teachers, and week-long and 2-week-long gatherings where you're actually just looking at the curriculum you're teaching for elementary, or, these are the sort of things that have to be funded, as well as having the curriculum and training the people. They then have to have an awful lot of ongoing support and collaboration with each other, because they're going to be the ones doing most of the work, including the creation of the materials that they teach, because no nation can actually create all the materials that a competent teacher is going to be using to teach in a classroom.
Yeah, no, that is a good idea for something of all the governments getting together to fund. I like that a lot. Please go ahead. Oh, sorry. You first.
My name is France Picot. I'm a Métis Michif-speaking farmer from Northern Ontario. And I don't know who made this map, but I'm not even reflected in this map.
Yeah.
And this is very insulting. I was raised in the culture. I raised my children in the culture and the language. My grandchildren were raised in the culture and the language, and yet they're not reflected here. Ontario was where the first court decision for Métis rights people was had. We're not even reflected on this map. This is, to me, very insulting, and if this is the way that we're going to work in a national strategy, I think it's shameful, and I personally will not participate. If Ontario, because I'm not a politician anymore, if Ontario decides to participate, I hope that all the provinces talk and respect each other, and not like some don't. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your words. I really appreciate that. I am more than happy to come speak to you about that map, one-on-one. I made that map, just me, not as someone from the government. That's something I did before I started working for the Métis Nation on my own free time. And then to make everything fit in the size that it is, I sadly had to exclude some things and then kind of overgeneralize some language groups. But I'd be more than happy to go over that with you because my family at the Park side is also from Ontario. So I can appreciate your concern.
Melanie Ominio, and I come from Alberta. I come from the historical Lac-Saint-Anne Métis community. And I want to talk about the word Otipemisiwak. It does not mean Métis. So I think it's important as we're doing this, especially now that we're the Otipemisiwak Métis government, that we really define what that word means and how that word impacts us. Otipemisiwak is a word that came to us from the Cree people. And that's how they called us, because we were the free people. As colonization was happening in Rupert's Land, they were forced to live on reserves and would only be able to come off of those lands if an Indian agent signed a document allowing them to leave. Whereas the Métis, who were not obliged to do that, were allowed to go everywhere and do anything that they wanted. And so the Cree people of the North called us Otipemisiwak because we were the freemen. It had nothing to do with Métis. It was a description of who we were and what we were allowed to be. So Otipemisiwak is the people who own themselves. It is not Métis.
Yeah, no, very important lessons to keep going forward with, and resonates with also my family. My dad's side was the side that willingly chose to kind of forget their Métis side so they can integrate into society. Whereas my mom's side is from St. Laurent. So they were surrounded by other Métis families and felt more comfortable speaking the French dialect that they speak there. My dad's side has zero connection to their Métis past. It's completely gone. They just know the story of their great-great-grandpa who was in Northern Ontario and lived by a lake, but it's the sacrifice that they paid was they forgot who they were and became a Canadian, quote unquote. Right, so there's lots of stories like that within our community that we should all, I think, carry with us and respect what came before us. Please go ahead. Oh, sorry. Keep doing this.
We're so polite. Don Shekiawau, Victoria Dishinakashin. I work with the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, but I just wanted to comment on one of your questions talking about how do we bring Michif language into schools. Before I worked with the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, I was an educator and I worked with Regina Catholic Schools for 10 years. And the last 3 years, I worked in the early learning program that Christy mentioned in our presentation. She talked about we have 17 early learning programs across the province, and I got to be the teacher for one of those programs with Regina Catholic Schools. So our program, we focused on Heritage Michif, and it was a kindergarten program. And all of the programs across the province have decided whether they want pre-kindergarten or kindergarten programs, but the tenet to that program was we modeled it after a nest model. So our classroom was our language nest. That was where we spoke Michif. I'm a Michif learner myself, so it was very challenging. So to meet that challenge, the idea was I was not the only teacher. Every teacher was supposed to pair themselves with a language keeper so that we could speak the language as much as possible within the classroom so that we could keep that space for the language. Of course, the challenge was we began in 2020. It was a pandemic. It was very difficult to have an old one with you in a classroom, and it also wasn't necessarily safe. But that was our work, and Regina Catholic is on their 4th year of that program at the moment.
Wow.
And we had some very, very special moments doing that work, and of course it hasn't been perfect. We're certainly learning, but that early learning program all across the province looks very different because the teachers have designed that to meet the needs of their community, depending on the community's concerns with language and the language keepers that are available to them if we're rural, if we're urban. But we don't necessarily have a cohort of teachers that were trained as language specialists. The teachers that work in those programs, they might be Métis themselves, they're language learners. They're there because they have a commitment to language learning themselves, and Métis Nation Saskatchewan brings them together once a month. They share resources, they talk about best practice, they talk about language learning and models, and then we get together in person and we actually try and show that and demonstrate it together. So that was our attempt at making our own sort of cohort. Even though we don't have maybe the training or the specialists, or we aren't all language keepers ourselves, we've sort of worked on creating our own.
That's awesome. I think you guys deserve a round of applause for that.
Hi, everyone. I'm Clara Totola. I'm the Region 9 representative on the Métis Nation of Ontario Interim Two-Spirit Council. And one perspective I wanted to bring to the table today was about students in school today. So in Canada, Indigenous youth and queer youth are the two fastest growing populations. 1 in 3 youth identify as queer, and nearly 50% of queer youth say they are scared to go to school. That does not include the identity of being Two-Spirit or Métis and other intersections like being a woman or being disabled or having any other, barriers in place. So if we are going to utilize a colonial institution, I encourage the provinces to work together to ask how to make that institution safe, because we cannot learn unless there's safety in place. And these statistics are saying that children are not feeling safe at school. So when we have these discussions, I recommend that the nation take as many diverse voices as possible, not only teachers, but also the children that are forced to sit in those schools afraid.
100%. Yes. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Tansai Kiawao, Sharon Warren. I want to speak about schools.
Yep.
I did 17 years as a museum educator in St. Albert, Alberta, historic Métis community, creating programs specific to Métis, but not including language. Language was Tansai, Ukse, things like that.
Yeah.
But we did learn how to say hello and thank you in many different languages, and that created a comfortability with children. But within Edmonton, there are 2 schools that have just been recently opened up. The Dr. Ann Anderson School and the Thelma Shalafu School, named after 2 very strong Métis matriarchs in our community in Alberta. When you go into the Dr. Ann Anderson School and the way it's been designed, you walk into the lobby and they have the TP poles set up. And they use the language from Anne's dictionary to mark those TP poles. And those become values for all of the students. And they're used every day in the school. When you go into the Thelma Shalafu School, you walk in and you see a painting of a buffalo. You walk into the main area and the first word you see is Otapimswak. Thelma was my mother. That was a word we had almost every day at our table. And it had nothing to do with being Métis. You're responsible for yourself, you are your own boss, and you determine where you go. So we go to the assembly, and they give out the Otapimsawak Award. And it's given to the student that has rose above and has done greatness within their year. And I gave it to a little Southeast Asian boy. And his parents are sitting there and they're so proud of him. And they're hearing the word Otapimsawak and knowing what it means to us. And that is power.
Oh, yeah.
That's true power. So just going in and, as my 11-year-old granddaughter said, who attends that school, normalizing and not saying it's this big thing. We're just going to go in and, we're going to say Tansai in the morning and, we're going to do this. And you normalize it and people become accustomed and they get comfortable with themselves and they don't be shy anymore. And they stand up and they say, hey, Otapimsawak Tansai Niamachif. And that's what we need for all of our kids. Merci.
Thank you. Couldn't agree more.
Tansai, Doreen Burgum, Dumont, Beness. I was raised in the Métis culture, but with the Cree language. And I'm a teacher of our culture. I teach beading, jigging, moccasin making, and capote making. And my daughter and I have started a barn business of teaching our culture. She has a barn and she does a horse therapy, and I do the culture, the Métis culture. So, in fact, we were just going to start on our first real venture with 10 adult recovering addicts and alcoholics, but it got canceled. But she was going to do the horse program, and I would teach the culture. It would be a three-day teaching session. But we had to cancel because my brother-in-law passed away and his funeral was on Saturday. But we're going to continue. And what I find throughout teaching jigging, I have two youth that I've been teaching since they were this high. And they're now teenagers and in high school. And I've kind of let them go on their own, and they're going around to schools and teaching our culture as far as jigging goes. But I want to incorporate our culture with the dance. Teach our youth the culture, the dance, the language, and let them become proud of who they are, who their ancestors were, and teach them right now with the elders that we have. And so they can go out in schools or any place and teach our culture. Instead of relying on the elders right now, let's work together, the elders and the youth, teaching our culture, our language, so they can do everything and they can go out and be proud of who we are. It's very important. Being raised in Sundre, we were called everything under the sun. There was 10 children, and the kinship in our community with the Métis, having to look after each other, was so strong. My parents took in 6 other relatives' children because they were left without parents as their parents passed away or were sick. And that's what we're all about, looking after each other. So I thank God every day for the parents I had. And we were not well received in Sundre. And so and we weren't included in the history. So I formed a women's group there, and we went in, and we've put all our history in the Sundre Museum. And we go there and we give talks and teach jigging or whatever. I'm going to have a flag raising in honor of all the Métis families that live there and never got recognized for being part of the town. And eventually there was 34 Métis families that lived there. And of course on the Road Allowance, that's where I was raised. And I've been teaching our culture at the Red Deer College, actually all over the place. But we had a teaching moment, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. The First Nations had 7 teepees. I had my trapper's tent, and the Inuit had their tent. I forget what they call it. But we were teaching teachers and superintendents our culture. And it was a two-day series. And I was very annoyed. I could have 10 teachers in my tent. And then I always end up giving them a jigging lesson because I said, get in here, I'm gonna teach you our culture and I'm gonna jig you out of here. But the one teacher came and she said, I am so excited to learn about the ditch people.
Wow.
I stopped in my track and I said, what have you been teaching those kids? I said, you're talking about my culture, my family. I said, we are not the ditch people, we are the road allowance people. I said, get in here, I'm going to tell you how to teach her. So I've been dealing with things like this all along, different little comments, and it's ignorance towards our culture.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty proud of my culture, so I kind of straighten them out every chance I get. So it's been pretty powerful because every time I'm invited, I said, absolutely, I'm going to be there. But if we get our youth straightened out and educated while we have the elders, while we can, and we can do this, starting at an early age. Because I was so impressed with that gentleman the other day when his little daughter was crying and speaking the language. I couldn't imagine how he felt. So it's very important that we come together as our kinship and work at this together. So instead of waiting for, the end of our days is coming for the elders, we know that. But if we have the chance to teach what we know and for the youth to carry it on, I think is the best way to go. So that's my 2 cents.
You're here. Well, I believe, oh no, go ahead, Susan.
I figured I'd have to speak, Mike, as an invitation from him. I'm really glad to have that opportunity to be here. My suggestion, and I guess you can do with this information whatever you want, to have conferences like this, but in a longer period of time, and give us opportunities to network with one another and be able to share our resources and actually do activities in our immersion concept of the language, because that's the best way to learn, where you're interactive. All this fun stuff you do with the digitization, we can use that as well. And reteach a lot of us. I was a teacher for 36 years, and I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to share the knowledge that I have as an educator and as a Métis person and a Michif speaker, to be able to do this with RLI. And I started tonight, and there are many people that are signed up, and I'm sure by the time the program's over after 6 months, we'll have more need for that opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
So being able to be here and share what I know is an opportunity for me to share what I was taught when I was growing up. I always say I walked the best of both worlds because I learned from my Nuhkum, who was from Canoe Lake First Nation, and my Métis grandmother and my great-grandmother, who were from Green Lake, Saskatchewan. I didn't realize as I was growing up that I was being mentored by them. And as you get older, and I shared that story about learning syllabics as I was growing up, 5, 6, 7 years old, didn't realize I knew that until I went to university, when Ida Bull wrote on the board, Tansikiawao, and I was able to read that. And it just brings back all these memories of how at our collective table here, talking about connections again with family, with kinship, and even in our little table, the connection from Green Lake to Beauval to Alacrosse to Pine House, those were all people that came from Green Lake, which was the fur trade north. And being able to bring that together and talk about where our families came from, because all this is blood memory. It's in your spirit, and don't give up. You hear a couple words, it's going to, like today when I was gone for an hour, I brought a lot of words to these young people who are starting to learn with early learners, and being able to share that with them. Reminded this one young lady, I remember her when she was like this. She used to come to Prince Charles School. Her dad is David Shuttleworth, a colleague of mine, grade 6 teacher, she remembers the language that I used to teach her when she used to come into that school. So with that being said, please try and work together in your collective areas to bring back that kinship, that connection to culture, to the language. They go like this. And being cognizant of the traditional teachings that go behind each one of our words that we're creating. Because we are moving forward with the times, but we also need to connect to the old Cree that we used to have and the old Michif words. And today I'm so grateful for having that opportunity these last couple of days to reconnect with my people so that we can talk and speak what we need to fill our spirit and to reconnect and feel like we are interconnected again. And we all are, no matter where we come from. We're all interconnected because we both have that, all have that beautiful language, Michif. Kinaskumtin.
Yeah, I'm really appreciative that we have so many strong Nukums in our culture. I'm really happy that you guys feel safe and confident to come up and share what's in your heart and in your minds. And I hope that everyone here is part of the language technical tables. We take what's been said here today into our next meeting and move forward with a national language plan. Thank you.
So when I got up here yesterday to start things, they said, you know, Alberta, the new president can't be here. Jason's going to speak on her behalf. And then this fellow walked up, and so I've been calling him Jason for 2 days, and it turns out his name is Mike. So we'll just get that straightened out right away. Thank you very much, Tyler and Mike. Thanks very much for telling us that there's going to be a QR code that we can watch somebody makes bangs and bullets. That's so cool. I think we would all really, I think we would do that. We would turn our kids on to that. And I want to say thanks for the participation. I want you to know that I've had comments over the last 2 days saying, do you notice as soon as you give a microphone to the audience, they want the microphone? And so strong encouragement for the next gathering to have lots of opportunity for people to be sharing ideas. This room is rich with knowledge, and just to be able to do that. We're coming to the end of this. And I'm just gonna turn you into 2 questions. I wanna do something else. I wanna honor Sharon and Melanie for talking about Otipimsuak. When I was introduced to that word by Maria Campbell about 15 years ago, I had never heard it before, or never heard it in a way that I had recognized it. And so I started to gather any stories I could about it and how it meant the people that own themselves. And it was, you know, as a little half-breed girl growing up in a community that was pretty white bread, I liked knowing that I was kind of protected and I could just make my own decisions. When I was asked when I was 8 years old, what are you going to be when you grow up? I thought, I'm not sure. And my grandpa said, you can be a nurse or a teacher. Like, you're a girl, you have 2 choices. But my mom and dad had never ever put limits around what I could do. And so there was a TV show on with a lawyer in the background at my auntie's house, and I was like, maybe I could be a lawyer. And they laughed so hard. And I've spent the rest of my career trying to figure out, where do I fit, because I don't really fit, which is the plight of Métis people. But the other side of that coin is Otipimsuak. I own myself and I can be myself in those spaces. And I was raised with enough confidence because language was around me all the time. My matriarchs were powerful, powerful women. And so I have all of that. So Otipimsuak is so close to me. And Métis was something I was never called until I was an adult. I was a half-breed growing up. And so just the attachment to words, I think language sparks all those kinds of things. And I just want to thank you both for talking about that today. So you have 2 questions left. What role do you see the Métis National Council playing in coordinating and supporting Métis language and revitalization efforts? So I want you to think about who the Métis National Council tells us they are these days. They are the coordinating body for the Board of Governors. They are not independently going out and making decisions. They are directed, so the collective comes. That's our way. Our way is that the people know what they want and those decisions get pushed up. The decisions don't come from here and get pushed out. That's our history. And so what is the role that you think the Métis National Council could take on? And I'm going to tell you, somebody came to me today and said, you want to know the role I think MNC should have? They should start a National Language Institute that everyone could feed into. That touches on just about every comment that was made here after the question was asked. So there's one idea, that MNC is responsible for the creation of a National Language Institute by which every governing body is supported, and now you have a space to meet and to put resources and to share things. So there's probably at least 10,000 other ideas. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to write those down together, and there's pages on your table for this. What role do you see MNC playing in coordinating and supporting Métis language revitalization efforts? Note taker at every table, I'm hoping. And if you're, if you're by yourself, you either have to take your own notes or move to a different table. Starting to get a little bit quiet. I'm going to assume that you've got some answers for question number 1. Question number 2, what are the values and principles that unify the diversity of Métis people, communities, and language? So I'm assuming the question is getting at What is pulling us together? What do we share? What do we have in common that drives us to push language? What is important to us? And we are rich with answers to this. We've heard that we want our children to have access to it. We have heard that language and culture revitalization strengthens every component of our community, from our mental health to our physical health, to our emotional health, to our spiritual health, to our economic health, to our systems health. There's lots of reasons that we could come up with that are unifying factors for why would we all agree this is a good idea. So write down a few of those together. Dan, can I see you for 1 sec? So I'm going to let you put some of your ideas down, and I'm also going to remind you that I had asked you all to write down a Michif word earlier on a piece of paper on your table. And Dan, with the microphone, is going to come around, and somebody at your table is going to tell us what your word is. So if we're going to, anybody, can you put your hand up if you're still working on question number 2? Okay, Michif word. Let's just start. Dan, you can randomly go from table to table and let somebody at each table tell us what the word is.
Kwayash Natutan.
Kwayash natutan. And it means?
Well, I don't know.
Kwayash.
Top of my head.
Norman?
Read, Norman. Natuta. Yeah, Kwayash
Kwayash
Natuta.
natutan.
Oh, that's right. Listen.
Kwayash ntotan. Oh, ntotan. Okay, to listen. Kwayash ntotan. Okay, next.
Mama Scotch.
Mama Scotch. Okay, and it means?
Awesome.
Awesome. So if you go visit Maria Campbell and you tell her a story, or you come in with something new on, she'll say, Mama Scotch. That's awesome. Sharon?
Le Sui Mu.
Le Sui Mu.
Moccasins.
Moccasins. Okay. Le Sui Mu.
Nippe or Delu, water.
Nippe
Yeah.
or Delu. Okay.
Yeah. Niminekwan Delu. I
Yeah.
drink water.
Okay.
Stay hydrated.
To you. Thank you. No, we did that one. I think Norman's table there. Nippy or Delou?
Kiam.
Kiam. Kiam. It's not a wasp, but it's like Kiam. Somebody had that written on Christmas lights on a balcony in Saskatoon about 5 years ago. It was Loretta Pete, Kiam. And somebody has it as a license plate in Saskatoon as well. The table to your right or left there, yeah. Wah, another one. Me, when you see a baby. Me.
We'll see if I pronounce this right. Ninistosin. I'm tired.
Ninistostin, is that? Say it again, Susan. Ninistosin. Ninistosin, okay. Okay, Susan has a word. No, Laura has a word. Oh.
Yep, she does.
Okay.
Nichimus.
Nichimus. Oh, my Nichimus. Maria says every word has emotion with it. What's the word that goes with this? Nichimus. Laura? Oh, Tom? Tom?
Ahkamimo.
Ahkamimo. Okay, I've heard that several times. What is ahkamimo?
Be proactive.
To be proactive. Ahkamimo.
The phrase I learned today was from Dan Cardinal. If any of you know him, you know how chatty he is. And I got the pleasure of sitting by him the last 2 days. So I kept telling him, shh, be quiet, quiet. And he's like, Kiampe. That means please be quiet.
Kiampe.
Kiampe. So I kept saying that to him today. Kiampe. Kiampe.
Now you have a picture of Dan in your new dictionary of Cree of Michif words that says kiampe.
We have a word, supan.
Supan.
Supan, and it's a word for oatmeal.
Oatmeal.
Supan.
Supan? Supan?
People say supan as well, supan.
It's a new word. See, you learned something too. Awesome. Supan. Okay.
All right, for our table, we got poisson.
Poisson.
Poisson. Poisson. Poisson.
Poisson.
Poisson. It's fish.
Kinsale. Poisson. Okay. Fish.
Yeah.
Thank you. And 2 more tables.
Kishewatshun. Kishewatshun.
Kishewatashin means
Kind.
kind. Kishewatasin. I love it. Thank you. BC, have you got a word?
Kishitemak.
Kishitemak.
Kishitemak. Be proud. Kishitemuk.
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 Okay, Kishitemuk. You got approval. I saw 4 speakers shake their head in agreement. Kishitemuk. So there we've got certification right here in the room. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So I know we're running a little bit over. I actually heard somebody suggest that we should go longer than just 2 days. And so I hope you're going to just bear with me while I kind of wrap up the day, and then I'll ask our elder to send us off. We've heard from so many people. I told you this morning about the things that we learned yesterday, and pulling all of our strengths together is definitely a theme that came out of today. How do we do this together? What are you doing? Oh, I didn't know you were doing that. Hey, they're doing that. We could do this. Oh, they've already contacted those people. Let's do this. Let's do that. I think there's been a lot of discussion about how we do this stuff together. This morning, we got some great teachings. If you teach from love, it sticks with you. You can be very successful with that. Tom offered us some traditional teachings this morning. Talk to us about the center pole. My husband's my husband's ceremonial name is the center pole, and to just hear about the DNA that's wrapped around that. Many of you know my husband. His name is Ted Whitecalf, and he's adopted into the Whitecalf family. He's a Frank from Sweetgrass First Nation, and he is the most adoptable human being on the planet. I swear to you, he's got like 4 fathers and 5 mothers and 16 sisters, and none of them are related to each other, and all of them are related to him. It doesn't matter where he goes, he gets adopted. And so I kind of get it now. It just puts a context around him. I really appreciate that. I'm a student of natural law, and so I'm constantly trying to find the laws, because Gladys Wapets Grey Eyes tells me the laws have never been entrusted to humans. They've been left in nature for us to find. So this morning we got told, you sing when the birds get up, they sing, and then they do their work, and then they sing. And then we had a beautiful song inviting our female spirits into the room, our women into the room with us, and a song like the birds have in the morning to bring that spirit back. And birds teach us balance. Birds have teachings. What are the teachings of the birds that you have access to? So just grateful to have song in the room this morning, Susan. I just really want you to know how that opened our hearts and was a beautiful thing. I want to say thank you to the youth in the room, and I picked on you a little bit, but I think you're okay with it. I think you know that you're going to be a speaker. You're already a speaker, and it's just coming on down your path. To just say, respectfully, could we just have some space to absorb this information, and could you trust us with it once you pass it on? I think that's a very powerful, important thing for us to hear. We did some fun stuff this morning around the conversation of your table talk, and we heard we're going to hear it, we're going to see it, we're going to feel it, and we're going to know it. Those were essentially the themes that came out of the conversation this morning. That's how we're going to know we're successful. It will be all around us. It will be like air. We will be breathing it. We had presentations this afternoon from Marion Hodgson and Heather Bliss, and from Samson. So Heather and Marion really talked about us. I love the language, where are you? I love the language of personal policy making. I really love that language. I love, as a half-breed, I want to make my own decisions. When I try to go into community and talk about courts, the fact that courts take our agency away from us and make decisions for us is hugely problematic for us as Michif people. And so having that question answer moment that people get to talk about, how would I bring this into my home? I am the person that decides that. How would I do that? And then some amazing answers came out of it. And they gave us lots of examples about how to do that as well. And so just an empowering place to say, what's a language used for? What forms do serve language? And what abilities do the users need to go into it? And so I love that you got personal with something that's typically a very institutional sort of dry language around policy and planning. So thank you very much for that. Samson was just colorful. Did he leave already? So he was just colorful, just loving that he's learning the language and stumbled. I want you to see that he stumbled into his social media life. You know, he went, oh my goodness, I need to reach my kids. Jumped on Google. Somebody said, try Facebook. His kid said, go on TikTok. And the next thing you know, everybody knows this guy, and he's got 3,000 followers. And so that's beautiful. And the fact that he is just glowing from the fact that people love what he does. And I want the youth in the room to hear what he said. I just started doing what I was having fun doing, and it filled me up. And it's filling up my life, and it's bringing me joy and helping me be employed and engaged. So there's a path there in all kinds of ways, and all he did was go to culture and language. Somebody this morning mentioned that, there isn't money for arts and culture. And if you ever know when government cuts are coming, and they're going to be in universities and in our institutions, our children's institutions, the first things that get cut are language, arts, culture, and then often sports. And now I get why. And now that I've spent these 2 days with you, of course that's why we get cuts, because those are the strength building pieces. Those are where we build compassion. Those are where we build connection. Those are where we build power and strength. Those are where we get rid of suicide and depression and diabetes. And so if you need a people to be subordinate, you take away the culture and the language. You take away the art form, the song. So that was a tough thing for me to kind of sit with this morning, and it's sinking in slowly. We heard from Elder Norman. He said, I'm a builder of Michif language and culture language are inseparable. He was very clear about that. We knew who we were. We didn't have to wonder, who are we and where do we fit in here? And another comment that was made yesterday was there's a difference between somebody that was raised in it and somebody that has to be introduced to it. How do we make sure that our family knows who they are and that we bring them back to home, that everybody should always be welcome home? He also said French is French and Cree is Cree. And Michif is us. We are the flower beadwork people. No matter where we go, that's who we are. No matter where we go, that's who we are. I want to touch on something Norman said about his grandma. Grandma, who are we? Who are we and why are we doing things? And conversations that he had with his matriarch. And I want to intentionally connect that to women's teachings. The first teacher a baby has is its mother. The first teacher is always its mother. Her thoughts, the food she eats, the songs she sings, the music she listens to is the mother. Language is a traditional domain of women, and it needs to be because the seeds are planted during the gestation period. And so I just want to honor the women that are having that, carrying that, and know that they carry that, and that we could support women that are coming up behind us so that they can do that as well. We heard from Saskatchewan and Alberta today also about the many wonderful, amazing examples. Seriously, if we just get the directors in their units meeting once a month so they can say, we tried this, it didn't work, don't go down that path, try this, or how come that didn't work for you? It really worked well here, because not everything works the same everywhere, and we have to allow for no pan-Indianism, no pan-Michifism, that we can have Indigenous identity also. There was virtual and there was live, there was QR codes, there's camps, there's economic development. It was interesting to listen to Mike sort of bring that bigger lens in to go, how are we looking at this? And Saskatchewan has this 10-year plan for, again, a bigger lens down the road, using an example I gave this morning from the Musqueam First Nation and saying, do we speak it? How can we expect other people to speak it? I'll end with a personal story. When I started to date my partner, who I told you now is Cree, my auntie was the senior matriarch at the time. My auntie lived to be 97, and she still cleaned houses till she was 91 years old. She was a Michif speaker. And so the siblings that are left in my dad's family aren't the speakers, because the younger little wee ones went to school and they didn't pick up language, and they didn't have that. And so my language speakers, my dad's older family, said, she's dating this Cree guy. Well, is he real Cree? Well, I don't know. We better get him to go talk to Auntie Anne. So I went to visit my Auntie Alice, and while I was there, and Ted came with me, my Auntie Alice phoned my Auntie Anne and said, Marilyn's, this is all in Michif, which I don't know, okay? I can pick up that they're talking about me, and I can pick up they're saying something about Ted, and I can pick up Kinaheawan something is, can he speak the real Cree? And they put Ted on the phone, and 20 minutes, these two Michif women grilled him in, does he actually know what these real Cree words are? So he passed the test. I've kept him for 20 years. And he and my father would go back and forth. How do you say donkey? Well, you don't say it like that. That's not how we say it. How do you say carrot? That's not how we say it. That's how we say it. So my father, who never went to school, went to Montreal for the first time in his life. He took my brother and my mom. My brother was doing some work at a conference, and my parents went with him. And my dad got on a bus. I'm from Indian Head. There's 1,400 people there. My dad went to Montreal. Like, you got to contextualize this Michif guy in Montreal. And he goes, oh, there must be a casino around here somewhere. And he figures out how to get from the hotel to a casino and get home again. And I was terrified all day long that my father's going to get lost in Montreal. Like, they have highways that look like spaghetti loops. And he phones us at the end of the night and he says, put Ted on the phone. I got to talk to Ted. And so Ted gets on the phone and he says, hey, it turns out I'm French. I don't know what I've been talking to you for. I'm really good at this language. I know how to talk to this. So my father listened to French radio and TV all the time, and he knew way more French than he realized he knew. And he and Ted could converse in Cree. And today, while I sit and listen to all of you, I think, my father spoke English, my father spoke French, and my father spoke Cree, and my father spoke Michif, but nobody talked about my family as multilingual speakers. That wasn't something that attached to them. So, which foot do you stand on? I want you to think about this. We've been told this a few times over the last 2 days. Are you standing on your Michif foot, or are you standing on your English foot? You have to know that the thinking systems are different. You come at it from a different door. And so which foot are you standing on to think and to act and to be in your community? We're being studied all over the place. I have a Japanese academic that came to visit Maria Campbell, and he said he's been studying Métis people for a decade, and they are translating any information they can to teach it as a class in a university in Kyoto, Japan. Like, think about that. Think about the fact that people who had never met Métis people are studying Métis people in Kyoto, Japan. So he's been here a few times. He's adopted my son as his nephew. And I don't know why my son thinks he's part Japanese. He's such a half-breed Indian kid, I don't know. But anyways, he loves it. And we now have this connection of this person that is just dying to know about the Michif culture. So everybody wants to know. It's a beautiful thing, and everybody wants to be part of it. I am so full and feeling so great, and I hope everybody feels that you had an opportunity to contribute, that you were appreciated for contributing, and that more work needs to be done to bring you back together, because you are the team that can drive some of this work that needs to happen through the National Council. And with that, I'm going to ask Doreen if she'll wrap us up and send us on our way.
We'd like everyone to join hands in a big circle so we're all together. There's no one in front of us, no one behind us, no one above us. I guess I'm standing on my jigging foot. Oh, how are we going to close the gap? That's a funny looking circle.
Spread out, spread out. Put your arms out.
Come together. We're going to have an oblong one. Merci. Well, merci for having me here. It's been an honor and a pleasure. Always enjoy our Métis kinship. God, our Creator, give us courage. Let us be of one mind. Make us righteous, thankful, and proud. Help the Métis to work together, especially utilizing our elders as teachers and preparing our youth for the future. Lord, provide us with direction and inspiration as we build a road for the Métis Nation in this country. We must have strong Métis families in order to have a strong Métis nation in our Canada. Bless our elders and give them long lives. We need their wisdom. Keep our children of the right path so they grow up tall and strong. Bless all who are sick in our community. Bring them comfort, hope, and healing. Heal our world, heal our bodies, strengthen our hearts and our minds, and in the midst of turmoil, give us hope and peace. The Twananan. Yes. You were magic. Oh, thank you. I love your energy.
Thank you. Okay, folks, it's been my privilege and my honor to work with you over the last 2 days. Travel home safe to your families and to some nice warm food tonight. Good night, everyone.